All right, it's your favorite moron. I'm here. Good to see everybody. Shout out to my brother Gmix Mag coming out of the Bronx and Harlem, New York. Hey Gmix, when I drop this rap project, I'm gonna be sending some money your way. I'm gonna pay you. I want to get a cover and all of that. So I gotta holler at you. Glad you're doing well, brother. Much love. Y'all need if you into music, y'all need to holler at Gmix Mag. Be looking out for artists. He looked out for my artists. Y'all need to get at him. You know what I'm saying? He be looking out for the artists and help get Gmix Mag popping even more than it's popping. Good to see everybody. What's up, Global Loopy G? Tonight I'm gonna be talking about Target. I'm finally gonna stop going to Target. Ooh, and I'm gonna talk about that because I didn't do the boycott. I'm gonna talk about that late tonight. I don't know, probably about 2 in the morning. I'm gonna talk about that. I'm not going no more. Okay, I'm not going to Target no more. Okay, we're gonna talk about that. I'm not going to Target no more. I seen the black hand. The black hand was too much. Yeah, the black hand was too much. They was doing too much. Plus, I can't believe that black people stood on business. I'm very, very proud of y'all. I'm extremely proud of black people in the United States that really did stand on business with Target. I didn't believe it, but we're gonna talk about that. I didn't believe y'all. You know, old Pharaoh been standing on business forever, been out there by myself. You never stood on nothing. You ain't closed down the Koreans and all of that. They taking all this money out the hood. So I didn't believe it. But that's my fault because I got to realize every so many years we got a new generation. And these young sisters today, these 2025 sisters that's living now in 2025 in America, oh, they not playing. They not playing. We might got the strongest group since the 60s. Yeah, you 2025, because you know I call you by what year it is. So all you sisters that's boycotting Target now in 2025, y'all is it. And Pastor Bryant, yeah, he the man. So we're gonna talk about that tonight. He the only one been able to get some movement going. So much respect to him. I'm probably gonna do a whole expose on him, a whole live on him, giving him his props because he the only one been able to get us to stand on business. I'm not gonna give up on you. I've been gave up on that. I've been gave up on that back with a Kaepernick. Yeah, he wasn't standing on nothing. I'm not finna stand out there by myself. It's not gonna happen. So listen, much love. Where you from? I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. Loopy G in the building. Let me see what you got. The beautiful Mrs. Morris here. Where y'all from? We got Bronx, Harlem in the building. New York, one of my favorite places in the whole world. I love New Yorkers. Yeah, I love New York. Can't wait to get back to New York. Oh my God. Greensboro, North Carolina. I can't wait to get to New York. California, another my favorite. One of my favorite state is California. Shout out to San Francisco. My favorite city is Chicago. My next favorite city is New York. My favorite state is California. I can't wait to get to Texas because I think Texas is going to be one of my favorites too. And of course, I can't wait to see everybody in the South. Okay. Baltimore's in the building. Denver, Colorado's in the building. South Carolina's in the building. Central Florida's in the building. Baltimore is in the building. Los Angeles is in the building by way of Houston, LA, my second home. Shout out to all the brothers in them. What up, Watts? What up, Watts? What up, Compton? The first place I lived before NWA, Compton. Shout out to Compton. Shout out to Watts area. Shout out to South Central. Everybody over there on Normandy and Jefferson. Shout out to the King's Chamber. Shout out to all my people over there at Leimert Park. Leimert Park. Shout out to everybody out there. Let me see who else is in the building. Where you from, Rep? Where you from? You know, we want to show love where you from. H-Town in the building. I can't wait to get to Texas. Texas is the state I regret not really being investigated and being in Texas. I can't wait to get to Dallas, Houston. I can't wait. Austin. I will next year be in Austin. I'll be at South by Southwest for sure. I'll be at South by Southwest for sure, pushing my rap career. So everybody in the rap career, don't hate on the player when I come through the rap career, when I come in. Plus you young rappers, when I drop this single and I start promoting, follow me, watch me work, okay? If somebody that got a record label that is now finna rap, I'm going to show you how to get on, okay? If you're a rapper, you want to get on, you got to get on. You got to work. You got to hit the radio stations. You got to do the interviews. You got to push your record. You got to push your song. Nobody going to push your song. You have to push your song. Period. And you cannot expect your city to support you. You got to go from the outside in. So in order to blow in Chicago, I got to go from the outside in. I got to work Chicago, but I got to work on the outside. I got to work both of them. Okay? So I'm going to show you how to do it. To all you young shorties, it's a shame you're going to let me come here at 67 and step on you and be this big-time rapper at 67, as young as you is. Come on. And then you older rappers, 40s, 30s, y'all watch me so I can show y'all how to do it, okay? I'm going to show you how to do this, okay? You got to do this. You got to make some noise. You got to have some confidence. You got to get out there and work your number. You got to have everything it takes to make some noise, okay? And you got to be persistent. What year was I first in LA? I was in LA in 1982. I arrived in Compton, California. Before NWA and Jerry Curl. Just think how long ago that was. Think about that. When I had a Jerry Curl in I had a Jerry Curl in 1977, way before NWA. So yeah, I first hit Compton. Compton's where I stayed first. And then a few days after I got to Compton, I was with the King Chambers up there on Jefferson and Normandy in Los Angeles. So I lived in both of them, LA and Compton at first. Then I moved out there like Barron Cross and Manchester, I think that is out there. Out off of Vermont, out on the south side out there with the Crip neighborhood. What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangster? Out there in LA. Young revolutionaries and now army fatigues and stuff. Cuz over there that ran everything. He had us locked. He's like, yeah, cool, Rastas. You know? He gave us the green light over there because we almost got beat up. Almost got beat up. Almost got beat up. Almost got beat up in South Central. He was born. I almost got beat up in South Central over there on Vermont, going to the little store. Walked up into a pack of brothers. We got on our army fatigues, me and my brother. And we walk up, it's about 8 dudes out there. And they say, "What up, cuz?" I was like, "What up, blood?" And they surrounded. I'm like, wait, whoa. I'm from Chicago. So they like, "Okay, brother. Okay, no, they from Chicago." They say, "Brother, we Crips. We cuz. You can't say blood over here. I know you from Chicago." I'm like, "Oh, okay. I'm from Chicago. I ain't know." So the brother said, "Okay, y'all cool." I said, "But let me ask you something. If you my cousin, ain't you my blood?" They're like, "Bro, forget all that, man." Everybody want me to stop for life. The brother was like, "Oh, man, brother, just don't say blood." I'm like, "Yeah, but my blood is my cousin." They like, "Bro, just say cuz." I'm like, "All right, cuz." So after that, every time I went up there, like, "What up, cuz? What up, cuz?" They're like, "What up, Rastas? What up, cuz?" I'm glad y'all didn't jump on this because we would have came back. We would have doubled back on y'all on some Fred Hampton type stuff. I'm Fred Hampton. You know what I'm saying? So you got me effed up. You know what I'm saying? Don't y'all see all these military clothes? You know what I'm saying? We not, boy, listen. Salute me, don't shoot me. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. I didn't know. I'm from Chicago. We said blood. We said, what's up, blood? Cuz we ain't know. Blood was something young people used to say, "What's up, young blood?" You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? My generation, we used to say, "What's up, young blood?" We didn't say cuz. We used to say, "What's up, young blood? What's up, blood?" That was something black people said all across Philadelphia, New York, back then in the 60s and 70s. We call each other blood. So when they say, "What's up, cuz?" I was like, "What's up, blood?" And they surrounded me. I'm like, "Wait a minute. I didn't know none of the politics. I just got here." I said, "Hey, wait. I'm from Chicago. I'm smart. I know how to move." I said, "Whoa, I'm from Chicago." I said, "I'm from Chicago." Like, "Oh, he don't know. He don't know." They said, "What y'all rosters?" We like, "Yeah, we roster." They're like, "Listen, roster. You can't say blood over here. We Crips." I didn't know what Crips was. I never heard of Crips before. That was back when people used to say, Fila, I met. Finally, I left Adidas, and they used to say Crips stood for cowards running packs. That's what the citizens used to call them. The citizens didn't like the gangs, so I used to call the Crips cowards running packs. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody out there in London. Shout out to my brother Loopy G. Loopy, I need to call you. I hope you're doing well, bro. I need to call you like maybe tomorrow. I need to touch base with you. Yeah, but I loved LA. They was cool. The Crips and the Bloods, they was cool though. They was cool with Rasta. Rasta got a pass. Rasta got a pass until the Jamaicans got the beefing, with the Crips. Then, my brethren got unalived over there. Rest in peace to Jabir. Jabir got unalived. Him and OG and them got, in some trouble over that because of the ganja thing. It went sideways. Rest in peace to my brethren Jaboni. You know what I'm saying? And now the brethren, you know what I'm saying? Out there in LA. You know what I mean? Get ready for my book. My book gonna be fire. We're gonna go through all of that. And then the conversations based on the book is gonna be everything I'm not saying now. Some things I'm not saying because of the book. So when I drop this book, it's gonna get crazy. So I'm gonna be doing the book and doing this rap thing at the same time. I'm really anxious to get this rap popping. You know what I'm saying? I'm really anxious to get into the rap community with the young brothers. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking forward to that too. You know what I mean? But shout out to everybody out there in Los Angeles, all the brothers. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fire, Alden. Shout out to all the brothers in LA. That's me kneeling down because I'm trying to console the young baby roster because he ain't feeling it. He want daddy to pick him up. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't feeling what we all. Dennis Brown, rest in peace of Dennis Brown. Everybody laughing at the baby. That's Job Bunny right there with the shirt with the burgundy stripes. Rest in peace to him. He was a good brother from New York. Reggae artist. He got caught up in the beef with the Crips. Lester Pharaoh right there with his hands. The great guitar player, one of the best guitar players. The brother with the long beard, that's Arthur. I met him when I came to Chicago. He didn't have no dreads or nothing. He was just a regular black American, and he used to come hang out with us. And then I went to Hawaii. And when I came from Hawaii, he looked like that, the one with the sunglasses on, with the long beard, with the dreads coming out the beard and the white looking kind of plaided shirt. So he walked up to me and it was like, Ramesses. I'm like, what's up? And he's like, yo, it's me. I'm like, who is you? He said, it's Arthur. I'm like, hecky no, this is you, Arthur? I came back, he was full-grown roster. My brother Arthur right there, he was just a regular black American till he came across the man. And I got a whole bunch of people got dreadlocks and a whole bunch of vegans all across the world. I got that before the internet. You know what I'm saying? Before the internet, I've been changing people's lives all these years. Face to face. I've been doing what I'm doing on the internet. I've been doing that outside. At the parks, at the beaches, in the gang territories. Like how I'm talking to y'all, I be in a crowd full of gang members. Yeah. You know what I mean? I swear to God, I be in a whole group full of Blackstones or BDs, like when I was in O Block, or GDs, Crips, Bloods, 20 Bloods. I'm out there talking, 20 Crips. I'm out there, blah, 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 kicking it with them. Because me, I the general, you know? And so, you know, a general, I felt like I was the general. I felt like I was the leader. You know what I'm saying? I had illusions of grandeur. I really thought I was the general of black people. I swear to God. I thought I was the leader of black people. I swear to God. It's kind of funny now when I think back on it. That shit crazy. Something was wrong with me. I thought I was the leader of black people. Don't I look like I thought I was the leader? I thought I was the leader. For real. You see, I got the P-Funk, the P-Funk and the Africa. I got the Africa, Pan-Africa. I got the Funkadelic, and I got the Rasta all together with the militant. You see the belt buckle with the Pharaoh head? I still got that belt buckle. I need to wear that sometime. The Pharaoh head belt buckle, fire. So we talking about Diddy. We can't watch the Diddy trial, so I ain't paying a lot of attention to it. I'm gonna just have to wait till it's over because I don't want to say no secondhand stuff. So I'm not gonna talk about it too much until the verdict. But I can say Diddy was doing too much. He was doing too much. And the reason I'm talking about that to help some of y'all listen, I'm going to tell you straight up right now. You can't be doing too much. One of the worst things you could do is be with a lot of women or a lot of men. If you're a businessman, you cannot be with women like that. If you're a businessman, you can't be with women like that. That don't go together. It's not that he thought he could do what Europeans can do. He wasn't trying to do what Europeans can do. Listen, this is how Diddy got caught up. It could have happened to me. Okay? So this is how Diddy got caught up. Let's take me for example, right? Same thing could have happened to me. Same thing could have happened to me. So it got to a point where I got the dreadlocks, right? I got the dreadlocks. They long now. I'm a musician. I'm on stage, right? I'm in Hawaii. I'm in California. And the women is flocking. So when you got that celebrity type status, or women see you and you have some type of status in society, which back then, with my hair like that, being handsome with the long locks, and it's like, Bob Marley had passed away, but his name was still growing, and you on stage, and you like a celebrity back then in the 80s with dreadlocks. So now, Diddy ain't got to chase no women. They own you, okay? For example, I got on the bus, right? Now I'm on the bus. Now ask yourself, who took this picture? The bus driver took the picture. Was the bus driver a male or a female? It was a female. You understand? All I did was get on the bus because I worked in South Central and my queen had the car because she had the children. So I would just ride the bus. I lived right off of Vermont. I could just take one bus and go all the way to work. Didn't make no sense for me to take the car. I get on the bus. Baby girl pull the bus over. Can I take your picture? Can I take your picture? Now she took my picture. Now this ain't no phone picture. This is an old school picture. So ask yourself how I get the picture. Because baby girl hunted me down and picked me up again on the bus and said, I got the picture. And she was ready to go. I could have hit that. She was ready. All I had to do was just give me your number. Bam, I got her. She was really going. They always going. From Hawaii to LA. The ladies was going. All up and down California, the ladies was going. They going. They going. And so now, if you're not careful, that's going to go left. Because you already got a queen. You might already got some children. But every lady wants you. And in the real world, every lady don't want you. Some women check you out. But in the real world, if you ain't got no lot of money, no really fancy cars, no whole bunch of jewelry or whatever, ladies don't want you like that. You understand? So the ladies, they after you. Every lady wants you. I'm in Hawaii. This is when I got back from Hawaii. I'm in Hawaii. Every lady want me. I'm in Hawaii. I got a queen. She done went to visit her mother. Found out she pregnant. She can't get back. I'm out there knocking everything back. I'm knocking everything while she gone. I'm knocking all these ladies back. I mean, Germans from Spain, from Germany, from Brazil, from Africa, from Chicago, from LA, from Vegas, because the whole world is going to Hawaii for vacation. So it's women from the whole, you name it, they there. And they all looking for some type of superstar or some type of celebrity. And if you had long dreadlocks in the 80s, you was automatically a celebrity. Automatic. The world was yours. Because we went from being an ugly duckling with short dreads with nobody know, right? You go from don't nobody like you, right? So at first, don't nobody like you. They're like, ugh, what's that in your hair? Right? To everybody like you. You understand? Which, throws you off and takes you off your square. Because now you didn't went from, being rejected, right? Where nobody don't like you, right? To all the women like you. You understand? So diss me, don't know women like him. They don't like him. They're like, ugh, what's wrong with your hair? I'm getting on fights. I'm getting in fights on buses with brothers and all that. So this brother they don't like. This brother they love. When they start going down your back and you start looking like royalty, when it's like this, nobody know. Plus society don't know. But as reggae started to grow and everybody get to finding out and your hair get to growing and growing, you turn from the ugly duckling. They think you're an ugly duckling, but later they find out you're a black swan. I never was a duck. Y'all read the book, The Ugly Duckling, where it was one big black duck with all the white ducks, and he was kind of big and awkward, and nobody liked him because he was a funny-looking duck. But later, when he got older, they found out it wasn't even a duck. The mother duck was just helping it out. And when it got older and it turned from being black and it turned white and it was all big and beautiful and more beautiful than the ducks, that's the story of the ugly duckling. So as a young roster, you the ugly duckling. And then when you grow into the real king, now they're like, oh, you was a king the whole time? Yeah, baby. So now they want to lay with you. They want that hair all on them while you on them. They want that exotic experience. They want to walk down the street with you now. So this is what happened to Diddy. Diddy wasn't nothing but another dude in New York trying to move like any other dude. But when he gets to the point he's on TV and he gets to the point that he P. Diddy and he gets to the point that, boom, he the one with Mason, he the one with Biggie, and he the one with Total and all them. Now the ladies is tripping. And if you ain't careful, you're going to get caught up. Like I got caught up. Because Hawaii was the kind of place you could just go out and stick your thumb up and hitchhike, because it was like going back in time. So when I got to Hawaii in the early 80s, it was still like the 60s. So if I'm down at the beach at Pahoa and if I'm down at the beach on Black Sand Beach and I want to go up to Pahoa to the health food store, I can just walk out on the road and stick my thumb out. They're going to pick me up. They're going to take me to Pahoa. I'm going to buy some stuff at the health food store. I stick my thumb out and get back. I don't even got to go get my car. So let's say I'm at your crib, but my car is parked somewhere. I don't even got to go get my car. Just stick my thumb out. Boom, somebody gonna stop. Where you go? I'm going to Poe. They take me to Poe. I come out, stick. That's like the bus. Stick my thumb out, get a ride back to Black Sand Beach. Because there's only two ways to go. They going this way, they automatically going to Black Sand Beach. They going this way, they got to go to Pahoa. So one time I stick my thumbs out, and these two ladies pick me up. My queen is in L.A. having a pregnant. This lady picked me up. These two white ladies. It's the mother and the daughter. They start talking all greasy. I'm from Chicago. I don't know nothing about this. They ready to take me back with them, and both of them ready to do what they do. The mama and the daughter. I'm from Chicago. My queen all the way in L.A. I'm a militant / player from the Himalayas. So I'm not turning down nothing but my collar. So I took him up at the offer. So next thing you know, I'm laying back with mommy and her daughter. They are both grown. The daughter 20-something. The mama probably 40-something. And I'm 20-something. On some Diddy stuff. You know what I'm saying? I've been P. Diddy. You know, that's some Diddy stuff. So I'm here with the mother and the daughter. And many situations like that. It's just women, like 3 women, 2 Russian ladies, or 2 Black Brazilian ladies. This is how it really was. You know what I'm saying? I remember one time being on the beach. It's like 2, I think they was white ladies. I'm on the beach, sleep after a reggae show, and I feel something kick me, and it's this Rasta sister. And she's like, Bridget, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because I'm out here laying with these European women. I'm supposed to be this Black militant dude. So when the sister kicked me and woke me up, I wake up on the beach. She's like, Bridget, you should be ashamed of yourself. Me, I'm P. Diddy. I'm thinking, so you want it, huh? I'm thinking, she liked me. Okay, well, listen, it could have been you. I told her, it could have been you. You didn't let me know. You could have been. She's like, and walked out. But she did. She could have been. She wanted to be. Because when I said it could have been you, you should have seen her like switch off and stuff. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I was like, okay. Yeah, I was outside on the beach sleeping with them in the morning. You know what I'm saying? And the Black Rasta lady kicked me and woke me up. Instead of me being ashamed, I'm thinking, okay, baby, you should have just let me know you. You know what I'm saying? All you had to do was let me know you like me. So I told her, all you had to do was let me know you like me. You could have been here. And she, you. And then I said, yeah, I was going to get with that, but I ended up having to leave. And she was next on the list. And we was going to Rastafari. Feel me? I'm saying all that to say, I'm out here jiggling and wiggling, and that could put you in compromising situations. I got some roots in culture, some militancy, which stops me from going too far, because I was like a walking contradiction. You know what I'm saying? I'm a militant. I'm a pro-Black militant, but I'm a man too. Like I said, I ain't turning down no P at that particular time. She didn't really come out and say she liked me, but you got to understand, she was a Rasta woman. The women I was with was like fans. So fans, and they was like travelers. And so when women travel, they do stuff they don't do at home. So when you're in a travel location, Jamaica, Hawaii, something like that, when these women go to those places, they don't act themselves. They act different, especially the water. The water do something to them. So some white lady that never been around black people, that been told don't like black people in Nebraska. When she come to Hawaii, she ready to see. So, when your women go on these girl vacations, don't let your wife go on no girl vacation. Because if your wife go on a woman's vacation, yeah, she doing stuff you don't want to know. When she get out there, does that model stand? I ain't turned down number on my collar, depending on where I'm at in life. Depending where I'm at in life. Okay? Not if I'm in a relationship. At that time, I was in a relationship, but the relationship wasn't there and I was young. I ain't had my stuff together. So that's Diddy. Diddy started doing that stuff when he was too young, right? To have his self together. Like right now, if I hung out and I went to a club and I met a black woman that want to go, yeah, we going. Yeah, we going. Yes. If I go to the club, if she comes sit down to me and she want to drink and she start flirting a certain kind of way and she look attractive and she ready to do what she gonna do, yes, I'm gonna knock that back. I'm not married right now. Now, if I'm married, no, because if I'm married and I do that, that could bring problems to the relationship. And as a businessman, if I bring problems to the household where my business is at, now I'm jeopardizing my business because it ain't nothing worse than a woman scorn. So if you got hard drives, you got music, you got 2-inch tapes with valuable music on it, and you cheat on your wife and she find out, you come home, all that stuff be out on the street. She might tear all your stuff up because a woman gonna tear up what you love. So you're not finna do that when you're doing no business. And this is where Diddy made a mistake. You cannot mix business with pleasure. So now, yeah, I'm single, yeah. But if I'm in a relationship, no, because I'm a businessman and I can't be upsetting my woman with no foul stuff. That's bad for business. When you doing business, you can't be running around with no women, okay? So that's a great question. So we're going to talk about that, all right? You can't do it, brothers. Listen to me. When you're doing business, you cannot be running around with no women. Let's take a break. And so let me give you a perfect example. When I was doing that, I was a reggae artist. So as a reggae artist, playing my bass is my business. Playing the keyboard is my business. So I'm like a celebrity. I'm like a reggae artist. That's a little bit different. When I was vending and I lived with my queen and I was out doing shows, right? And out selling merchandise, I wouldn't do nothing like that because that's a conflict of interest. So on this point, I've got a queen. We got some son. I got a son, maybe two by now. And I cannot talk to women at the festival. Okay? Because this is where I work at. So when women come up to my booth, you can see, rest in peace to Joseph Hill from Culture, buying some shirts from me. When I'm doing this, I got to be a professional. I cannot flirt with or sleep with any woman that walks up to my booth to buy something. You cannot do that. That's not like on stage playing the guitar. Now you have a real business, and you cannot do that while you're taking care of business. Young brothers, listen to me. You cannot mix business with pleasure. You cannot do that. Okay, this is where Diddy made a mistake. You cannot mix business with pleasure. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. So I never talked to a woman at one of these shows. Okay? I never talked to a woman at one of these shows. As a rapper, if you're a bass player in the band, that's not going to be like if you're Smokey Robinson. That's not going to be like if you a lead singer or a rapper. If you are a rapper, go to town, rap, and leave. You cannot be sleeping with women because you're not just a rapper, you are the business. See, when you're playing in a reggae band, it's really not like a business until y'all try to sign some type of contract or something. So when you're just out freelance playing, it's more like a hustle. It's more like you just trying to get some money. It's like an independent like job. But when you become established, so let's say those reggae bands was bands we just put together and we was just playing around Hawaii to do shows. But let's say we would have got a contract as a reggae band. No, you can't do that. You can't do that if you get a contract. If you get assigned to a record label as a reggae band, now it's not like you just out there freelancing playing reggae. Because back then I might be playing bass in this band, then I'm playing bass in this band. So it's not really a business. It's more like you just hustle and get money. But if you get a contract, no. You cannot sleep with nobody. The band got to go here, do the show, and leave. Period. Because if you start doing tours and doing that, it's going to backfire. It's going to backfire. You're going to go, you're going to be with some woman. She ain't going to like the fact you just left. She might call and make false allegations. Seriously. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. These is absolute facts, y'all. Listen to me, young brothers. If you're a plumber and you're going into homes, don't you sleep with nobody that you went to do their plumbing. Or if you're going and you're doing like you work in a building and you're the maintenance man, don't you sleep with no women in that building. I don't care if they come to the door with no clothes on. You're the maintenance man at the building. Don't touch them. I'm telling you, you're going to end up in prison or hurt. Period. It's not going to work out good. It's going to go bad. It's going to go bad. You're going to lose that job. You're going to lose that job for nothing, for a couple of one-night stands. Okay? This is why I say Diddy was doing too much, because he was mixing business with pleasure. He was mixing business with pleasure. That's why he might go to prison. That's why he might go to prison. He's supposed to know that. These is absolute facts. This is the way I really live. That's why I told you the way I was bogus, and now I'm telling you how you really gotta live. You can't do that. You cannot. You cannot function like that. Period. Point blank, period. You cannot do that. So when I got in the music business myself, a CEO like Diddy, and I'm going across the country with the rappers I got signed to. There I am with Raw Business. Right? We in New York, taking care of music business. There go TCO. I'm going to show you I was really with the rappers. I'm like Diddy. They like Biggie or Mace, right? And I'm the CEO. I'm the boss, taking them across the country. There go Ando the Don. Okay? Y'all listen to me, young brothers. Listen. Listen and learn. This is real talk. This is what Diddy make a mistake, and I just don't want to talk about it. I want to make sure y'all learn. Listen to me and learn. And there go Big Lou. Rest in peace to Big Lou. So Big Lou, Ando the Don, TCO, and Raw Business. I hardly took any pictures because I was there to promote them. So this is one of the few pictures, right? Right? That I took with the band, because I'm not out there to promote me. I'm not out there to promote me. That's another mistake Diddy made. We took these pictures for us. We didn't take these pictures for promotion. For promotion, this is the pictures I took. I'm there to promote them. I ain't there for me, but we just took some pictures just with me for our own self. It had nothing to do with promotion. So now when I take them to New York, my job is, I'm picking you up, right? I'm picking up Big Lou. I'm picking up Ando. I'm picking up TCO. I'm picking up Raw Business. They got women, don't they? They got women. So if I pick you up from your queen and we doing music business, how can I pick you up with your queen and take you out in the world to sleep with women and then drop you back off with this woman that really gave you me for me to take care of you to go do music? I'm telling your woman thinking I'm taking you to do music. Your woman ain't thinking I'm picking you up to go cheat on her. So answer me this. Do I want you cheating on her on my ticket? No. No. I don't want you cheating on your wife or your woman on my ticket. Plus, I don't want no women coming to the hotel. Period. This was the rules. I don't want no women coming to the hotel. We was in Seattle. We get back to the hotel. They in the room next door, I'm in the room, and I start hearing all these ladies laughing. I jump out the shower real quick, my hair wet. I'm drying myself with a towel, and I run over there. Uncle Mike, being a bozo, he always keep teasing me, talking about I came in the room out the shower all wet because the girls over there. And I keep telling Uncle Mike, I cut my shower short to come and cock block, bro. You know, bro, stop playing with me with the clown stuff. If I tell you I came over there for business, don't be trying to make me a goofy like you. The Uncle Mike is a goofy. I ran in that room like that to make sure that they didn't have no type of relationship with these ladies, and to block any type of anything. I keep telling them that. And, you know, I ain't going to keep telling them that. Next time I talk to him and he bring that up, I'm going to say, bro, I'm not going to keep telling you this. You know, I'm going to have to straighten him out about that. Now I think about it. He better not try to say that stupid stuff no more, because I'm going to diss him. I'll be like, bro, just because you stupid and you was on that, stop trying to make me be like you was. I keep telling you, I rant over there like that, and I was still wet and everything because I was trying to block that. Because we trying to go to Seattle, do this show, and go back to Chicago. That's it. We ain't trying to get arrested on the road. We ain't trying to get no type of criminal charges or none of that. We trying to go from A to B and B back to A. That's it. You coming here to promote your music business. Now he's a clown. And when people's a clown, they want to make you what they is. So he didn't think nothing. What he thought is I was like him. That's what he thought. Because if I was trying to be extra, I would have knocked him. So ain't no trying for no real player. So for him to see me come over there with them girls that was ready to go, and he talking about I came over there, how if I would have came over there ready for him to go, they would have went. And we would have ran through all of them. So it's really an insult to try to say I came over there on something that I never did when I got over there. You know, he's a bozo. He ain't no player. He's just a weirdo white dude. Bro, I don't shoot no blanks. If I would have came over there for that, and that's why I asked him when I came over, no, it ain't disrespect. He just a clown, and a clown think everybody's a clown. I'm telling you what it is. He not trying to intentionally be disrespect. He can't think that there ain't nobody like him. It's just that simple. He putting me in his mind state. He seen these women and was tripping. So he want to imagine I was tripping. He can't imagine. See what I'm saying? He can't imagine what I'm telling him. Even though I told him, no, I came over there to block. He can't imagine that because he wouldn't have blocked. He would have been one of the kind of people that get us a criminal case. You understand? Plus, I'm not finna drop no rapper back off to his wife after I done took him from you and had him doing all type of fornication. You entrusted me with your husband or your boyfriend. I'm telling you, I'm taking your husband and your boyfriend to go and rap. I got to be a man of my word. How am I going to look you in your face when I take him out to the door? Now he come back with STDs. What if he come back with HIV? What if the girl go tell the police that He forced it on her. Now we got all these Diddy allegations. Because Diddy wouldn't stay Diddy, Bad Boy Records. He used Bad Boy Records to get all these people and then did something that ain't got nothing to do with Bad Boy Records. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He disrespected his record label by doing some personal stuff, but using the record label to do it. People only coming because you Diddy from Bad Boy Records. You cannot sleep with these women when you're doing Bad Boy Records business, bruh. He was doing too much. So I keep telling Uncle Mike, I rant over there because they wasn't supposed to have no girls come in there. I came over there to protect them from getting themselves in trouble. Because a woman to come have fun with you and to get all emotional over you, and then when you don't reciprocate how she feel, she'll turn around and now hate you and call the police and say you raped her. It's facts. This is facts. And we ain't spent all this money to come over here to sleep with no women. Bro, you could have slept with women in Chicago by yourself. We're not doing all of this and investing all this money and buying clothes to go hit the stage to do that, bro. That's not the outcome. The outcome is to get some money. And when brothers don't stay focused on their career and focused on the bag, then they lose everything. So the fact that they invited them girls just showed they wasn't ready for the music. They wasn't ready. They didn't want the bag. They didn't want the money as rappers. So that means when they was out there, they wasn't promoting. When I'm at the booth and they was out there walking around, they wasn't promoting like they was supposed to. They out there flirting on some personal stuff. They wasn't promoting for the bag. They wasn't trying to get no money. No, Diddy didn't think it was invincible. Diddy, y'all listen to what I'm saying. Diddy forgot about the bag. He mixed getting the bag with personal stuff. That's what he did. Had nothing to do with him thinking he invincible or nothing. He mixed business with pleasure. It's just that simple. He mixed business with pleasure. He was dealing with Casey on business. And he turned Cassie into pleasure. She got around him for business. Why was Cassie around him? To be a singer. He took her and used her for fun. That's where he messed up at. It's real simple. Don't try to make this complicated. Everything Diddy was doing was supposed to be for business, and he used business for pleasure. And you don't mix business with pleasure. I'm trying to, when I be talking about stuff, there's always a message for everybody else. I'm not going to talk about Diddy if y'all can't learn nothing. So if you notice one thing about my angles when I talk about subjects, I only talk about them if it's some kind of way I could take this subject and help y'all. So you need to listen when I be breaking down these conversations. All these men mixed business with pleasure. Every last one of them. They mixed their business with pleasure. And it cost them dearly. You cannot do that. You can't do that. Every show I went to, I never picked up no woman. Never. I sold my stuff. I met with bands. I dressed bands like this Tabby Diamond. I sold him stuff so he can look good on the road. Show over, pack my stuff, and go home to my wife. Period. I'm not talking to no lady out there. I'm not talking to no lady at no event. None. Let me tell you a story. Let's say y'all is a club. So where y'all at is a club. And I'm right here and I'm selling stuff. So I'm selling stuff in front of this club. Right? Let me see. I'm going to show you where I was at. I'm at a club and I'm selling stuff, real stuff. Y'all listen, young brothers, listen and learn. Listen. Listen to this story. I'm at a club in San Juan Capistrano. This is the club on that side. This is Family Man, the bass player from Bob Marley and the Wailers. And this is me at the club selling. I got a table in front of the club. You walk, I got a table, then you go and then you turn towards that building and go in. I'm on this side. On the side my arm is on, and the entrance on the club is on the side Family Man's on. This is facts, y'all. So I'm at my booth right here. I'm selling. A white lady comes, and she a little tipsy, and she comes to my table. She looks at my stuff and she starts flirting with me real heavy. So I'm standing right here. She right here. She's flirting with me and the club is right there. So she's flirting with me. She's doing all this extra stuff. The club is right there. I'm not really looking at the club because I'm looking at the table and her because I'm trying to see if she want to buy something. And she's flirting and she's flirting and she's flirting. I'm not with it because I'm out here working. So I treat her like a very nice lady, like a possible customer. I don't send no vibes back. She turns around and she starts walking to where y'all at. As she walking to y'all at, she get to the door. This guy is standing at the door and security. So when she gets up to the door, she kisses the guy at the door on the cheek and she goes in the club. The guy that she kissed on the cheek walks over to me and he says, that's his woman flirting with me. He watching. I'm not going. I'm a professional. I swear to God, y'all. This is in San Juan Capistrano, an hour south of LA. These are facts. He walks up to me and he says, I like you. He said, I'll tell you what. I have a movie theater where I throw reggae shows in Ventura, California, which is 2 hours from here. I want you to come and you're going to be my reggae guy. You bring all your stuff. He said, you got more stuff now? I said, I got a whole booth. I just bring a table out here. He said, bring everything. And you can work all my shows and make whatever you want to make. You don't got to give me nothing. The next week I went to up there, I'm making $1,500, $2,500, $3,000 on show. At Ventura at the movie theater. You know why he invited me to go up there and do business? Because he seen I didn't talk to his sloppy girlfriend. He see I was standing on business. He seen that if I come to his establishment, he ain't got to worry about me doing nothing but what he hired me to do. He let me come and sell and didn't ask me for a penny. And I went up there until I got stabbed. I know he wondered where I disappeared to. Maybe somebody told him. I lost all that money. I lost all that money because the brother attacked me. I'm going to talk about that when the book come out, right? But he walked up to me and told me I'd come up there. So now more money in my pocket. The place I'm working here was the place I worked after I got back to LA. I was selling incense downtown from Hawaii. I just got back from Hawaii. I'm selling incense. Police locked me up from selling incense because there was too many Mexicans down there, so they changed the rules. I started trying to figure out how I could make some money. I heard it was a reggae show here. I went out there and was selling incense. I went and sold incense, made like $80, $90. Came back to my queen. We got 2 babies, I think, or one and one on the way. That $89 was like everything. I kept going back and turned to 200, 300. Then I started taking my stuff. And this place right here was how I got back in business when I got back from Hawaii. And this turned to, I'm making like $1,500 out here, $915. Because I didn't flirt. Now, I don't know, he's watching his wife, but he watching me. And he's seen his wife was sloppy, but he's seen I was a professional. I'm not here to talk to the ladies that come into your club, that you're inviting to come to your club to see a reggae show. I'm a part of the club. I'm not here today. No, it wasn't no test. That wasn't no test, bro. That was no test. She was drunk for real. That was not no test. Listen, Baby Lane, that wasn't no test. When he throwing a show, if him and his wife is at home, his girlfriend, and he throwing the show, he got to be there. If the show started at 9, he got to be there at 6:30. Because he got to be there for the sound check and all that. So he had been there. She not going to come to showtime. So he ain't told her to do nothing. So it wasn't no test. It wasn't no test. Y'all let me tell the story. It was not a test. She was drunk. This was all coincidence. She probably told him I'm almost there, and he went to the door, wait for her to come. She drunk, high already. She flirting with me, right? So it's not no test. This was all organic. And he just happened to be there looking because the guard might have told her, Jenny's out there. Y'all know how it go. So when she pulled up, the dude at the security at the door probably looked in there and told him, because he's probably standing up at the front collecting the money. So he at the front collecting the money. The security told her, Jenny's out there. She just parked. So he looks out for his queen to come in. She stops at my table. She all out of order. He watching it. Me, I'm like, I'm not doing none of that, lady. I didn't even act like it happened. I'm here to sell this stuff and make some money. I don't know nothing, but he's seen it. And you know a man see when his woman is out of order. He's seen, I could have pulled her. I could have got her number for a later time. If I would have got her phone number, he would have came out and said, you got to leave. That's what he would say. If I would have flirted with her any kind of way, he would have said, you got to leave. I don't think I want this out here no more. He wouldn't have told me why. Instead, when she went in, I seen him let her in. I don't know who he is. I don't know who she is. I seen him with the guard. I seen her go in. And I see her on my side because I'm not watching her. That's another thing. I didn't watch her walk off. I didn't look at her. She's irrelevant. I'm here to make money. I'm not paying her no attention. She ain't no money. So even when she walked off, I'm not watching her walk off like, ooh, I ain't doing none of that, bruh. I don't care nothing about her. I'm here to get these dollars. I could have go out on my own and go to meet women. I'm not here to meet no women. I don't care nothing about her. Nothing. And he's seen I ain't care nothing about none of that. All I cared about was what I was there to do. I'm giving y'all game. He's seen I organically was like that. Because I don't even know who she is. I don't know who she is. I don't know he looking. I'm just being myself. And he's seen my real self. He's seen I was like that for real. So he walked up to me and said, I like you. I want you to work at my movie theater. Because he know I'm not finna talk to no woman that come to that movie theater. And I never flirted with no woman at that movie theater. I had a woman leaving and gave me her number and said, call me. Now I went and knocked that. But we didn't do none of that happened there. So I knocked a couple ladies up there, but not while I was working. And I didn't pursue nobody. They just dropped their phone numbers. I ain't pursue nothing, but I wasn't turned down number on my collar, so I knocked them back. I forgot about them. Yeah, I did my little thing in Ventura. But I never went to no job to do that. That's my point. I never went when I'm trying to take care of business. I never tried to talk to no women. Brothers, listen and learn. Let's take a break. That's when I was vending. That's when I was selling reggae items and novelties in LA. And I'm going to tell you, when I got back to Chicago, I got in the music business. I started a record label. And when I started my record label, it was the same principles. I had tryouts, I had all kind of people coming to rap. I had male rappers, I had female rappers. When female rappers came to rap, they came to rap. I never tried to talk to the female rappers. They came to rap. I don't want to sleep with you. If you want to be a rapper on the label, you're a rapper on the label. You like family. I'm not going to sleep with my sister. So if you sign with me to my record label, we like family. We like a business family. You can never be my woman. We can never do nothing. We can't do that. I'm giving y'all game, brothers. Y'all better listen. When I was doing the music, I wasn't doing none of that. We cannot do nothing. Okay? While I'm doing this music business. Period. One day at the studio, and we work at Tracks. R. Kelly worked in Studio 1, I worked in Studio 2. So I'm in the studio with DMX and all of them come. Cash Money, all of them. I'm in the big studios. I'm in Chicago recording. I'm in Tracks because I'm taking the rappers to the big place. We doing business. And the problem was hard finding people that stand on business like you stand on business. So if I got a record label and I'm standing on business and I hire and I sign you as a rapper and you ain't standing on business like me, I got to let you go. Because you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it as a rapper. You don't want to be a rapper. You're a bozo. You're a clown. You ain't never seen a woman before. So one day I'm at the studio. A couple of the brothers there. We waiting on like three more brothers to come. They call me at the front desk and say, the rappers is here. So I come out to the studio because I don't know. I think I come out to make sure they know where I'm at down the hall. They got to come all the way down the hall. When I get in the hall, I see these two brothers coming with like 4, 5 women. I meet them halfway in the hall. I told them straight up, listen, man, take them where it's $50 a night. Don't bring them in here where it's $50 an hour. Because these studios I was going to was 2-inch recording. These studios is $50, $60 an hour. We finna be in here 8 hours. That's gonna cost me $400. I don't know what you brought these women for. Because these women is not gonna make you spit no hot verses. These are distractions. You're supposed to be coming in here. We put the beat on. You're supposed to be writing, bro, to be a rapper. What did you? This not a club. So they got mad because I told them, man, take these B words. That's what I told them. Because at this time, I'm like a gangster. Like, this is after I got stabbed. So I got the record label. So, you know what I'm saying? This money, you know where this money coming from. So you know what I'm standing on? I'm living in O-Block at this time. My queen back at the crib. I'm not finna be down here sleeping with no women with my queen there and my daughter. I'm not in the record business to cheat on my wife. What is we doing? So I told him, man, take these B words where it's $50 an hour. I mean, a night. Take them to a hotel where it's $50 a night. Do not bring them in here where it's $50 an hour. They got to get out. Y'all got to go. Because I don't see how y'all going to help us get no songs done. We try to get songs done. So I don't know what y'all, they trying to play, trying to make the recording session a party. This ain't no party, man. Y'all ain't spending no money. The rappers ain't paying for it. So they some bozos. I'm the one paying. So I'm trying to get there on time because with recording studios, if you book it from 7 and you don't get there to 8, you still got to pay for that hour. Whatever you book, you got to pay for. Your rate your charges don't start when you get there. Your charges start from the time you booked it. They don't give a care if you're 3 hours late. You still got to pay that 3 hours. So because I'm paying for it, I'm trying to get there 15, 20 minutes early. When I jump out the car, R. Kelly right there, he in the parking lot, anybody will tell you. When I pull up to the studio and I'm finna go in the studio, I see R. Kelly, I do this. What up, Kels? Do I go over there? No. What up, Kels? I go to the store. I'm not here to meet R. Kelly. I'm not here to talk to R. Kelly. I'm here to make records. And I go to my studio and he go to his. I'm not doing no hobnobbing, bro. This is business. This is business. Period. And that's where Diddy made a mistake. He makes business with pleasure. And you don't ever, never, ever make business with pleasure. And the more money you make, the less women you be around. You can't make no money and be around no women. Hold on. You cannot make money and mess with women. They don't go together. That don't go together. You cannot go to your job flirting with women. Go to your job. What you going to work for? You're going to work to make money, right? Go to work, make money, and go home. Don't be trying to talk to them women at your job. Period. Never. Never get in no relationship with no woman you work with. Never. Listen, you're a rapper. When you go to these different towns, don't you sleep with these women. Go get your money, get the hell out of town. Because if I sign you and I see you going there, you got to go do a show in Philly and you try to sleep with a woman, I'm going to dump you. Because you ain't going to make it. So I might as well dump you right now. I need somebody finna go to Philly, want to knock this show out, and the only thing they think about is their next show. They're going to knock their show out. They're going to get back to their hotel. They're going to do what they're going to do separately with one of the guys they with or whoever they with. They ain't doing no women. They ain't doing no plan because he trying to get a bag. He trying to be a rapper. He not trying to be no gigolo. He ain't on no tour to sleep with no women. All he thinking about is he want to be a big rapper, period. And that's how I judge men when I do business. If we doing some type of business and I see you get distracted by a female, I can't mess with you no more. I can't make and name the business. Vending, music business, or hustling. When I was hustling and a woman called me, she want to get something. It's 11:15 when I get to her house. I come bring her a package. She come to the door with a negligee, all see-through. I give her her package. I take my money and I leave. Period. I take my money. I give her her stuff. I leave. I don't even act like I seen it. I act like I didn't see it. Listen, women have come to the door with their robe open with everything. I give them their package. I take the money and I leave like I never saw nothing. And guess what happens? She called me back another day. She called me back another day. She got her clothes on and she really likes me. Not like that. She likes me because she might have been feeling herself. She might have been lonely that night. She might have been getting ready to do something she really didn't even want to do. So the fact that I didn't take advantage of her when she was gullible or vulnerable, they loved that. Not only that, the fact I didn't stare at her body, the fact that I showed no creepiness, that I was 100% businessman, guess what? They start coming not even looking good. They start coming to the door any way they look because they know Pharaoh ain't tripping. I like Pharaoh because then they start coming to the door if she got pajamas on, if she got her, sometimes women have on their clothes where they don't be looking all that good, just their house clothes. I see it don't matter what she got, they coming to the door. Hey, boom, because they already know. They boyfriend don't got no problem with me coming because he already know. Oh, dude ain't finna try to talk to my woman. So the husbands like me, the boyfriend, everybody like me. Why? Because they know he ain't going. They know he ain't going. Because sometimes the boyfriends be there and they watching how you interact. And they see dude is in and dude is out. I don't got no problem with you calling him. As a matter of fact, call him and get some. Call him and get some. Every time the boyfriend come, every time the husband come, he told his wife, call me. Call Pharaoh. Call Pharaoh. Why? Because Pharaoh finna come to the door, get his money, and go. Period. I'm clocking bread. That's it. I'm not a gigolo. And I got 10 more people lined up. And I already got 2 women on me. So what I'm going to do with you? Because when I come to the door, I got two of my wives is with me already. My beeper and that thing. Yeah, my beeper. I got my main bra with me. I got my main bra with me. Okay. Anyway, I got 3 wives. I got the thing, I got the beeper, and I got my wife. So I already got 3 women. Okay? And even my wife ain't more important than the beeper and the thing. The thing is number 1. This is my number 1. This is my boo-boo. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, this the one I love. You know what I'm saying? And then she get all riled up, you know, and she get to hollering, bang, bang, you know, she get to hollering. You know what I'm saying? She get to hollering if you mess with me. So I already got 3 wives. And they all got to play their role. So I don't know where you fit in. I just kind of to collect this money and give you what you got to get, and I got to go. Period. You never mix business with pleasure, and this is what Diddy did. Diddy mixed business with pleasure. And when you mix business with pleasure, you mixing emotions with pleasure and business, because pleasure creates emotion. And so now you got business and pleasure. On the pleasure side, you added emotion. On the business side, you added success. On the pleasure side, now you adding jealousy. So now you got pleasure, okay, and jealousy. And now you got somebody that's clocking your money, and now they in their feelings, and now they want some money because you didn't put them in your business. Diddy put Casey in his business once he started talking to her. All of these women that's going to testify and all these men is because he put them in his business. He put pleasure into his business. He didn't know how to leave that separate. Once you know you got that money, it's a wrap, but you then put your emotions because you got a business, she's a woman, now she's emotional. You causing emotion. If I don't touch you, there's no emotions. But if I mess with you, now it's emotions. So once I mess with you, I come back to your house, I give you something, I say $50. So I gotta pay. So you just gonna F me and I gotta pay? See? Now I done lost a customer. Now I lost a customer. Hey, ain't nothing like a woman scorn. She'll call the police on you. You don't know this lady. Now you might go to jail. She might be on the stand. Yeah, he used to bring it to my house. Yes, because you don't know who you're dealing with. You don't even know them. And what you did, you put them all in your business. Okay? And that's what Diddy did. That's why he's in trouble. He's in trouble because he didn't know how to just bad boy records. Just stick with the music, bro. He took advantage of the music to put that in his social life and increase his social life based on his music. That's where he made a mistake. And he taught his sons that bad business too. They finished too. They'll never go nowhere because they Diddy sons. They done too. They done too because he was doing too much. R. Kelly the same way. I worked in the studio with R. Kelly. I ain't gonna tell, but if I did an R. Kelly video and told everything, you wouldn't even believe it. We worked at tracks together. I worked here, so you come in, and then you turn and come to my studio, but you go straight and go to his studio, and so it's his studio and it's my studio. And then the studio I'm in, Studio 2E and Studio 1, there's a door right here you open, and that's where the 2-inch machines is at. So the 2-inch machines is inside this room. His on this side and mine's on that side. Because I remember going back there the first time, and he got a real big, nice 2-inch machine, and I got a smaller one. I was like, dang, why we don't got like that one, right? And he was always mixing business with pleasure. That was his downfall. R. Kelly was always mixing business with pleasure. You understand? And so in between the two rooms, he in studio one, I'm in studio two. That's where you load the 2-inch tapes on this big machine. This is what we used to record on. You understand? That one right there got Get Buck on it and got Hostile Takeover. It's a hostile takeover. And it's got girls. It's probably this girl. It's probably on there. These are very valuable. These cost you 125 back then, 110 that you had to buy. I buy 2 of these. You can only get 2 or 3 songs on each one. So one night I got to buy 2 of these before I go to the studio. So that's $250 that I done bought in tapes at Guitar Center. Then I'm finna play for it. So I'm spending 600, 700, 800 a night. So if I'm spending 600, 700, 800 a night and you the rapper, you think I want you to come there on the phone talking to your girlfriend, flirting, bringing girls at 800 a night, 600 a night? You think I want you coming there playing? But it ain't your money. And you ain't trying to get on like me. That's why a lot of record labels, we suffer because the CEO, we trying to get on. But the rappers, you rappers is goofies. You ain't really trying to get on. So that's why I don't be really want to talk to you talking about you rap. Because that don't mean nothing to me, you rap. Because you ain't going nowhere. You got to have other stuff. And I don't know if you got what it takes to be a rapper. Because to be an athlete, to be a rapper, to be a movie star, you got to be focused if you want to be at the top of the game. And if you focus at first and get in the game and you lose focus, you fall off, like R. Kelly, like Diddy, like Michael Jackson, doing a bunch of goofy stuff. Ain't staying focused. Stevie Wonder stayed focused. You ain't heard no scandals yet. But as of now, and Diddy didn't stay focused. He ain't no businessman. He let the money go to his head and he became a socialite. And he became a bigger socialite than he was a businessman. That's why Biggie got unalive, because Diddy out there socializing. There was no benefit to Biggie being at that event. He was out there so Diddy could be socializing. There was no advantage music-wise. Pac had just been unalive. It was too hot. Why the heck you take that man? He owned a cane. He could barely walk. He could have went to Europe. He had people lined up in Europe. You're already in America. You're already making noise. Why would you go to LA instead of Europe when that's a whole big, all that money in Europe? Why wouldn't you send Biggie to Europe where he really wanted to go? You made him cancel the trip to Europe to go out to LA to get shot. Because Diddy out there clowning. A clown. Yeah, Diddy is a clown. Diddy is one of the best producers ever in rap. But he's a clown. One of the best producers ever. Not very many people would have known what to do with Biggie Smalls. He took somebody that could really rap and made him rap on records that Biggie wouldn't rap on, knowing that he could rap. I got to give Diddy that. He's one of the best, to me, he's one of the best producers ever in rap. Executive producers. Because that's different than a producer that make the track. I'm an executive producer. Now the other producer that make the track, that's a beat maker. That's the person that make tracks. But the executive producer is the one that takes the track, takes the rapper, might bring in somebody to do the hook, decide what the hook is, have it mixed a certain type. Well, that's the executive producer is not, that's the one that make the beat. And so Diddy is one of the best executive producers that ever in rap history, probably the best. He's probably the best based on the fact who he had. I give Dre number 2 because Snoop wasn't that. That's why you see Snoop can't do nothing now. Dre made that happen. So Dre, I would give Dre number 2 only because Biggie would have been the hardest to work with more than anybody else. Because I'm giving them based on the artists they was working with. And most people, G-Rock, gonna give it to based on what they produced. See? So when people give them that based on the songs they made, that's not really the criteria. The real criteria, G-Rock, is did you take rocks and turn it into diamonds? That's the criteria. Cause Jermaine Dupri got more success than Dre. You understand? But I'm talking in terms of, we talk about executive producer, the way Biggie used to rap on his own was nothing like what Puff had him do. And Puff was the one that take the beat, and put this guy that really raw street and make him rap on something Biggie would never rap on. Dre didn't have nobody rapping on stuff they wouldn't have rapped on. Snoop would have rapped on all them beats. So I put Puff way up here, then Dre. Dre is a good producer based on the songs he put out, but Puff had the most difficult artist to do what he had him do. Biggie was nothing like those records. With Dre records, all of them was already kind of like that. Biggie was none like that. If you listen to Party and BS, it's nothing like One More Chance. Biggie was rough around the edges. And Diddy took him and said, this dude could really rap. He's street and he grimy. Let me convince him to do some smooth stuff. So to me, Diddy is the number one in the game as far as creating artists. Because that image he had of Biggie, that's not Biggie. Biggie's not Versace and all that. And that's why Pac got mad, because Diddy took Pac's persona and said, I'm going to take this young fly dude from LA and I'm going to give it to this big rough dude. I'm finna put him on Versace because they seen Pac wearing all that. Because fashion in New York is something that they released. So New York was number one in fashion with runways and releasing stuff. But number one in fashion with selling stuff is Rodeo Drive. So you breaking it in New York, you're doing the runways in New York, but you're sending it to Hollywood. And Hollywood is the first place wearing it. So Pac was fashionably ahead of New Yorkers. Like LA is ahead of everybody when you go over on Rodeo Drive. There ain't nowhere in America like Rodeo Drive. They ain't got no Rodeo Drive in Chicago, New York, or nothing like that. You ain't never seen nothing like that. And people in LA will tell you, there's nothing in America like Rodeo Drive. The first time I went over there, I just couldn't believe it. When you go to the car rental and it's Rolls Royce and Bentley car rental, it's like, hey, I ain't never seen, you know what I'm saying? And when you go on Rodeo Drive, it's just all Bentleys. It's all Rolls Royces. It's all the most expensive cars in the world parked on Rodeo Drive. And it's these women with poodles, like a movie. It'll trip you out. New York don't got nothing like that. When New York got their Louis and all that, it's still kind of New York. But in LA, Rodeo Drive is like a movie. I can't explain to you. It's crazy. It's just it's because that's where the rich people live that buy that stuff. That's where the actors and the actresses and the Hollywood producers, they the ones buying the garments. So Tupac was exposed to that way of dressing more than them. So they followed Tupac. When nobody wearing Versace, Tupac started wearing Versace. Tupac was wearing Versace way before Biggie said anything. Yep. Like when Eddie Murphy first came to Beverly Hills, it'll blow your mind. Beverly Hills will blow your mind. It's just something you should go see. You know what I mean? It's something you see. So to me, Puff, like, man, Puff was really the man. Like he was so smart. He took somebody grimy. You know, when the Locks left, when Mace left, they made a mistake. They made a good move as far as finances because Puff wasn't paying people. But the Locks looked way better with Puff than they did by themselves. By themselves, they wasn't nothing. I mean, they was something, but they was only something based off of DMX. So the brothers that produced that label, Rough Riders, they was the ones that knew what to do with the Locks. But DMX was the man. And then they was there, and DMX was the master at that rough stuff, which would have helped the Locks. But Jada can't make no good songs. Jada's songs is horrible. He didn't know how to make no good songs. So DMX and Eve was the ones making the good song. The Locks, Jada never knew how to make good songs. They should have to bring somebody over there to help him and the Locks make the right kind of songs. They couldn't make no good songs. You know what I'm saying? This was DMX and this was the Locks way down here. DMX was way up here. Eve right there. The Locks is like, okay. You know, they wasn't really nothing. Not really. Jada was dropping trash. You know, knock yourself out and all that stuff is whack. He big for his mixtapes and his underground stuff. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna make no records for nothing. You know what I'm saying? It was a good fit though. You know what I mean? Styles P do make better songs than Jada, but they would have had to bring in a particular producer to they should have followed DMX. You know, sometimes rappers is, you know, stubborn. All they had to do was follow DMX lead. That's all they would have had to do. All the Locks had to do was follow DMX. But they didn't want to do that. You know, Jada should have never tried to do nothing smooth or nothing. He should have been hardcore Rough Rider, DMX style. That's what he should have did, but he didn't. You know, he didn't do, you know, you got to follow the leader, bro. You got to follow the leader. DMX showed him how to do it. DMX was special. I'm just talking gang, bro. If you're going to get in the music business, you gotta follow the leader. Period. When you get in the music and you see DMX and you see it's working, listen, let me give you a perfect example. See how we said Biggie could rap on anything? Puff gave him that nice, smooth stuff, and Biggie listened to him and did it. All right, Jada could rap on anything. Jada and Styles P and Sheik can rap on anything. So give them that rough DMX hardcore up style, they would have killed it. But the producer at Rough Rider ain't as good as Diddy. the producer at Rough Rider didn't know what they was doing. They gave DMX the right sound, but they didn't give the Locks the right sound. Why y'all didn't give him? I got somebody right now, and they son rapping. They got two sons. And the one son did a song, and it's hot, and the vibe is hot. And the other brother did a song. He could rap, but his song ain't as good as the brothers. And I'm like, why he don't do songs like what his brother's doing first? But you can't. There's a mold, and when you see that mold, you got to get in that mold and do that. Y'all brothers, why y'all doing two different styles? Do the same style, rap as brothers. Then do solo. No. And the one brother got the recipe. When you get the recipe, you ride the recipe out. You go with the recipe. It's Rough Riders. We not going anywhere. We right here. That's how they got to go with Jada and them. They didn't go like that. They tried to let Jada do something, knock yourself out and all that. Bro, what? But you got them to stop. Yeah. Hell no, homie, don't stop. You know what I mean? It's not about, he was rapping on beats work for Fabulous, but he should have rapped on beats that work for Rough Riders, not no artists, Rough Riders. He should have went with Rough Rider sound. We the Rough Riders. The sound need to be the Rough Riders. Not nobody else, not no style of no rapper, the style of the label. You know what I'm saying? Bad Boy had a sound. Biggie did the sound. He dropped Total. He dropped Faith. All that went together. Mace. All that went together. And then they was the first ones going to rap tour. Because they had banned rap tours. And Puff was the one got the rap tours going back because he had the R&B do the tour so the rappers could get, dang, Puff is a genius. He got the bag through Faith, 112, like that. And let them get them in the gang and the rappers go on the tour. And then Jay-Z and them jumped on tours with Method Man and all them and did that tour. Puff made that happen. Puff was the one made the big money for the tours happen. Because wasn't nobody doing no tours because of the Run DMC tour incident and the people that got hurt with the Heavy D. And people said, nah, we ain't gonna do no rap. It's too much violence, too much negative stuff happening. So nobody wanted to book rap tours. Puff was the one that got rap tours booked. I ain't gonna lie on it, brother. Puff is the one put the money in the game. He the one made it where rappers could do these big tours, these big arenas. Puff did that. Wasn't nobody doing no big arenas, no rappers. Puff mixed the R&B people with it. Yeah, Case and Carl Thomas. I'm telling you. And 112. Puff was the man. And it all went alike. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was at the Hard Knock Life tour with Red and Meth and all that. It was fire. Puff made that happen. Puff was cold, but he just didn't stay focused. Puff made all that happen. And he lost track. Puff made that happen. He was one of the best producers in the game, if not the best, when it comes to being able to give the artist to get the artists out of to look at your talent and just deal with your talent instead of your style. You understand? So he was able to look at your talent and deal with your talent instead of your style. What I think about Wu-Tang, I feel like Wu-Tang, I feel like Wu-Tang ended up being trash because ODB ruined their money. ODB messed their money up. So I look at Wu-Tang as far as professionals as trash. Because if you got 13 people and you only got 12 people, you ain't going to make no money. Nobody going to book 12 people. They're going to book 13 or 9. If it's 9 of y'all, they're going to book 9. They not going to book 8. So ODB doing all that stupid stuff, they wasn't able to get booked. So as a group, as far as business-wise, they was trash as far as business. Because ODB messed up the bag. ODB messed up the bag. So Wu-Tang, as far as professional and business-wise, now it's trash. They dropped the bag. They dropped the bag. Method Man had to go get with Redman to get a bag. Method Man had to go get with Redman to get a bag. Because of ODB. ODB was a clown and messed up the bag. Was a bozo. A clown. Straight bozo. How you mess up something like that, bro? Yeah, you don't show up for TV shows and all this. Talking crazy all the time, but can't do your job. You know, they should have gave him some straightening. The record label messed that up because they should have dealt with ODB. They should have gave him some straightening. Yep, they should have gave him some straightening. Yep. They should have got gangster with him. Hey, bro, we not playing with you messing up the money. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really like Wu-Tang. Like that. I'm a businessman, so if you don't take care of business, you know I ain't gonna like you. I don't care what you rapping. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it from the business point of view. I ain't looking at it like no fan. You know, y'all messed up the bag. We didn't get enough albums from them. We didn't get what we were supposed to get from them. What we get from Wu-Tang? Nothing. Not really. They still scrambling and trying to figure it out. They still ain't hot like that. We lost with them and Public Enemy. Public Enemy hold the L too. Y'all got rid of Professor Griff. Once they got rid of Griff, boom, and boom. Don't believe the hype. You know what I'm saying? I don't like neither one of them. Not professionally. Now fans, that's different. Fans say anything. I don't listen to fans. We dropped the bag on a lot of shit. Death Row dropped the bag. NWA dropped the bag. Public Enemy dropped the bag. Wu-Tang dropped the bag. If you really want the truth about blacks in the music business, so many people dropped the bag. You know what I'm saying? They dropped the bag. No, it wasn't no $30 million curse. Diddy got out there goofy. And Diddy wasn't no businessman. He was a producer. He had good ideas, but he wasn't no businessman. He didn't know nothing about no business. Diddy wasn't no businessman. As you can see. He just got paid because he's a great producer, but he's not no good businessman. Period. I told him to his face, bro, you ain't no good businessman. Diddy ain't no good businessman. Sometimes y'all look at these people because they get a break because of some talent and stuff, and you put them on a pedestal that they not really on. You know what I'm saying? Diddy not really on that type of pedestal like that. Diddy a lame. You know what I'm saying? He's just a great producer. But when it comes to the bag, you see he fumbling the bag. How much money he probably just lost? You understand? Let me give a perfect example. Boom. DeLeon. DeLeon got this liquor. They got Ciroc. Diddy go to them and Diddy say, why y'all not putting Ciroc in all the places y'all putting this other liquor? The business people tell him, your liquor not going to do no good over there. Right? Instead of Diddy listening to them, Diddy head big, and he like, y'all just trying to keep me down because I'm black and all that. Bruh, why you even messing with them when you don't take advice? When they told Diddy, your liquor not going to do no good in these white markets, they told him the truth. Now that we see the racism out here, now we know they told him the truth. Let me ask y'all something. Would the white markets buy Ciroc? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Would the white markets buy Ciroc? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Where's the chat at? Put it in the chat. They told him they not gonna buy it. They not gonna buy it. That's why Diddy ain't no good businessman. Because they told him the truth. He should have just stayed in the black markets. Bro, you got a black liquor. You got watermelon flavor. You got to be kidding me. They're not going to buy it. They told him the truth. If you go to any city, if you come to Chicago and you go to a white neighborhood and you take a picture of the liquor and you take a video of that whole store, and then if you go to a black neighborhood and go to the liquor store and take a video of that store, you're going to see they both set up different because we have different tastes. Whites drink a lot of wine and beer. They like scotch. They like bourbon. They like vodka. Okay? Blacks don't drink no whole lot of beer. We like mixed flavored drinks. We drink Hennessy. We drink Remy. So you don't see beer. You don't see if I want to buy exotic beers, I got to go in the white neighborhood. This ain't no racial stuff. Different people got different tastes. We different cultures. And whites got one culture, blacks got another culture. And the white people's culture and the way they live is better than ours. Because one thing I like about white Americans is they support their own. They don't support nobody else. And everybody says racist. It's not racist. They support the money that's going to stay within their people like you're supposed to do. They're not going to make no other people rich. They're going to put the money where it can come back to their children and their family and really help them. We the ones go buy stuff and send our money out of the community and where it never come back. They're not finna make Diddy rich. They're not buying Diddy stuff. Never. They're not buying Diddy stuff. There's some black people drink beer, but we don't drink the same beer they got. When I wanted to go get non-alcoholic beer, I got to go to the white neighborhood to find all the good non-alcoholic beer. certain beer if I want to buy it. Like that chocolate beer. They got a chocolate beer. I gotta go. Black folks don't got that in none of our stores. Black folks ain't got that. I bet y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm talking about? Most black folks don't even know what I'm talking about. They like chocolate beer, yeah. They got that chocolate beer. That chocolate beer is fire. Ain't no need in having that in no black neighborhood. None of this is racist or nothing. This is just the facts on how different people live. Black folks ain't buying the chocolate beer. Except a couple of us that's basically vegans. Basically. Vegans have a better palate, are more experimental. You know what I'm saying? Vegans are more experimental. We try stuff. Regular black people, they don't try nothing. They do the same stuff every day. They boring. They don't never expand their culture, their mind, or nothing. Just the same stuff, day in, day out. You know what I'm saying? What's this? What is it? You know? You know? But y'all go check it out, the chocolate beer. Black folks ain't got the chocolate beer. Go check it out. The organic chocolate stout is good too. It gets you right too. Go check it out. And so Diddy didn't listen. They was telling them it wasn't racist. They wasn't being racist. They wasn't being racist. You say, sure do. They drink the same thing. Hennessy and Patron. You know? Whites, they drink Jack Daniels and stuff like that. They drink Smirnoff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all my, I got a lot of white friends out here, so I'm not really racist and stuff, but I be in both things. Like the Irish just guzzle down beers and beers. They don't necessarily do no hard liquor. They just do mad beers, just a whole lot of beers. You know what I'm saying? They can go, I be around people and they'll go, man, and they'll take a 6-pack and they'll open them all and they'll smash the first cans and then they drink the whole 6-pack. Yeah, they got a way. They smash the cans in the front and the beer still be connected in the thing. The plastic things. And they'll open all of them and smash the ones in the front and drink the whole 6-pack. You know what I'm saying? It'd be wow. You got to go out and experience stuff. You know what I'm saying? The Italians, they do more wine, more different type of stuff they sip on. The Italians do wine and they do like martinis and stuff. Italians do martinis. Black folks don't do martinis. So Diddy didn't listen. You know what I mean? Diddy is crazy. Diddy didn't listen. So Diddy got out there doing too much. He wanted to be a rapper instead of just staying in his lane as the CEO. He made all the mistakes. Bro, you the CEO, stay in the background. Why are you trying to get out in front? So he wanted to be famous. He wanted to be Diddy. He wanted to be this animated character. And then he ended up getting on these substances, right? And got out there and with the money and all that went to his head and the fame. And then come with the money and the fame come this weird power. So when you start having these dark parties where a lot of people don't know, you know what I'm saying, and don't understand that you got righteousness and you got wickedness. And when you get money, you could cross that line. And the money, it'll start taking you in the dark side. And Diddy start going into the dark side. He started going over on the dark, negative side. That's where he went. He ain't going to prison. He going to prison for going on the dark side. When you get money, you go on the dark side. Now you start power tripping. And then when you start power tripping, you know you're going to go down. You're going to go down because you get on the dark side. And what happens when you get on the dark side and you get money, everybody starts submitting to you because you got the bread. And so now when everybody starts submitting to you, now those that don't submit, you start forcing them to submit because everybody's supposed to submit to you. Who you supposed to be? People submit to me. Then the people around you want people to submit to you because they all submit to you. And then you attract dark people. But you attract dark people, but you got the most money. And so now you attract these dark people, you're doing all this negative stuff, but then there's jealousy there because you got all this money. Now, after a while, when they can't get the money, a problem comes. So let's say me, I get out the county jail. I start having these parties at my apartment. When I start having these parties at my apartment, I have a girl I pick up, and she go pick up a bunch of girls. So it's like maybe me and another brother, or me and two brothers, like 7, 8 women. This woman, she the one get all the other women. Once they come and have a good time, they get out the word, get out. So all I got to pick up is one. This is how the pimp gang go. You pick up your bottom chick, and she the one get all the other chicks. Y'all listen, I'm giving y'all a game. This is psychology. So they come to your crib. You got the clothes. You got the money. You the host. So you got the money, right? You got the money. So when they come, they're very excited and happy to be there. So they come, they're excited to get to party with you. They leave. You have another one, they come and they're very excited to party with you and they leave. But what happens after a while, when they leave, they start becoming dark and they start to disliking you because they got to go around you and you the one making all this happen. And when they go back to their life, it's not as good. So now they start looking at your money. They start looking at you like they coming around you, but when they leaving, you got all the money and they ain't got nothing. So now they start counting your pockets. They start with you ain't gonna just use me. And that adoration turns to jealousy. Jealousy turns to plotting. So now they get to plotting on your money. And you going down. Because the way they felt the first 2 or 3 times they came to your party ain't the way they feel now. Now they starting to feel some entitlement. So that's why when the girls would come, after you bring these, don't bring these no more than twice. You know, they say when a vampire bites you 3 times, that's it. So don't bring them twice, bring somebody else. Don't keep bringing these same girls because they're going to start to tripping. They're going to get to plotting. They're going to start to hate. Because before people hate you, first they get to know you. They don't hate on you when they don't know you. First they get acquainted with you. Then they hate. And that's what happened. He got them people get acquainted with him, and now they all hate him. They all hate him. They all gonna get up there and testify on him. He's going to prison. And then he started doing crazy stuff. Because now you're associated with a bunch of crazy people. Aaron Hall and all them lunatics. Your whole crew be nuts. Then you got these men, and they start getting compromised. And what all these men that's testifying against them, why? Because they never got no money out of it. And so it gets to the point that now when they come party up with you, they jealous. At first they was just happy to be there, just happy to be in your mansion, just happy to be in your car. But after a couple of times in your car, they start wanting the car like that. They don't want to keep getting in your car. They start to resent you. Oh, you missed a big shot, you know. They start looking at you like you using them. And they turn on you. And that's what's going on with Diddy. He was doing too much. They turn. He never should have never established himself with them people like that. Them people not supposed to know him like that. You have to keep your distance. Dr. Dre learned early he was in all that trouble. And he learned, and he said, okay, I can't do that. And Dr. Dre almost went to prison. A lot of people don't know that. Snoop almost went to prison. You look at them all. And the ones that don't isolate themselves, they go to prison or they go down. And Diddy, he was trying to party. Bro, you can't party. And so this is why a lot of people don't understand the money. If you get the money, you can't party. You cannot hang out. You thinking you can get the money and now you can be this big time host hanging out. No, you can't. You can't do that. It's actually the opposite. You got to be like a hermit. Do you want the money or do you want the fame? And when you get the money, you cannot hang out. If you hustle in the street, you can't hang out. That's why I never been in prison. Because no matter how much money I was getting, I never hung out. I never hung out with the other brothers I was getting money. That was getting money that I knew. I never hung out with them. I never went to their parties. I never went to none of that. I never went to none of that. I was ghost. I go get my money. I disappear. I'm at home with my wife. Period. All that, Ram, come through, man. We having a thing at the thing. With all the big other hustlers, I never went around. I never went to the players' ball. I never went where all the guys would go. I never went. Ever. I never went to none of their parties. I never hung out when they hung out. I never pulled my card where we all pull our card. I never did none of that. And it was known, if I'm getting a package from you, come by yourself. Don't bring one of the other guys. Hey, that's your guy. That's not my guy. I don't got no guys. Guy is a rap, is an R&B group. You know what I'm saying? They used to say, Dad, why you keep saying that, man? I don't got no guys. Guys are R&B group. I used to tell them, don't bring nobody with me when I meet you to get a package. Come by yourself. I don't want to meet nobody. I don't want to see nobody. And once I get a package, don't call me. I'll call you. Don't keep calling me. You ready? You ready? Because I'm not going to answer my phone. Because at this point, you're working for the police. You're on the phone. Blah, 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 blah. And you're exposing me with all these parties. Are we here to party? We here to get bread. We want to party. You want to get bread. And so Diddy broke all the rules. He partying, he hanging around people, he run his mouth, he bringing all these women in to see all his business. He's got everybody involved with all this negative stuff he doing. They all gonna be in the courtroom. Yeah, he had me do this. He had me. They gonna tell. He going to prison. They gonna tell. They gonna tell everything. Not only they gonna tell, they gonna get out. They gonna do interviews. They gonna make money off his downfall. They're going to try to come up off of him, and they want to see him go just like R. Kelly. All them women know damn well They was having fun with R. Kelly. But it got to the point where he was the big man and they wasn't, and they all turned on him. All them parents knew was sending him their children and stuff. And then when the daughter fall in love with him and he ain't got to send you no money no more, now you want to go make up all kind of stories. But your daughter been with him. You and your wife sent her with him. Now you trying to pretend like he done took your baby. You sent your baby with him because you wanted some money. All of them. And R. Kelly was a goofy doing all that stuff. Just a goofy. That's my brother. I love Kels. I love his cousin on the phone. I love his cousin. But come on, man. I work right there next to him. All them weird women wandering down the hall. One time a white lady was just wandering down the hall with hardly no clothes on. You could see everything. She had to see through something. She didn't even know where she at. She come walking in our studio like this. With nothing, you can see she's nothing on, just a see-through thing. But she done wandered all the way from his studio around and down the hall and wandered into our studio. Didn't know where she at. Have to call down and have the second come in, get her over and take her back over there where he at. She just, man, I ain't gonna tell nothing else. If I wanted to, you know how much money I could make? I could be doing interviews on Cam Capone and all of that. But you know, I don't know nothing. That's how you gonna get is that one story. Like I work with him every night, you know, real studio rats and real we there. I'm at the studio at least 3-4 nights a week, sometimes 5. We working. You understand? And I work right next to him. I tell one more story. So sometime I would have girls come because back then you used to do skits. So remember with raps where in between records you might have to do a skit. So we wanted to do a skit in between the records. So I had them bring like 3 or 4 girls to do these skits. So we got one record where the girl's like, it's like an explicit record. Well, she was really on the microphone doing certain things. Seriously, like serious. Like we recorded her doing certain things on the mic live. This how crazy it get. This how you be crazy. But nobody forced her. That's how she got out. So we just had her do it and record it. We just put the microphone there. Had to go in there, let her do what she doing, record it, and use it for the record. So when you hear that moaning and stuff on the record, it ain't no fake mooning. Like she was really on that. So we used to be doing skits. I had some girls in the studio, and when they bought the girls, they was all like in their 20s, but one of them was like, how old was she? She was young. She was like 17 or something. But you got to understand, this is a recording studio, so this ain't nothing illegal or nothing, because she just going to do some vocals, or we might want a girl on the street to say, well, he live over there or stuff. You know how you have people. So we had these girls there, but they wasn't there for no sex stuff. They was there for vocals on records. So the youngest one, I think she like 17. And the rest of them in their 20s, 22, 23, 24. So basically she was there because one of the girls, it was her cousin. And everywhere she went, she brought her cousin with them. This is how people put you in a bad light. So we never invited the 17-year-old girl. They was a package. So anytime we invest, girl, she always had her cousin with her. But her cousin was 17. And then we had 3 more girls. So after the session was over, we finna go home, take everybody home. They said R. Kelly came in the lounge. And out of all them women, guess which one he was trying to talk to? The baby. He was trying to talk to the 17-year-old with all these. The other women was fine. They was grown. The girl 17, she wasn't even fine. Like you could tell she's a high school girl. Nothing is attractive about her. She little. That's the one he wanted to talk to. They was appalled. Yeah. Yeah. That he won't get a fair case and possibly the case may be thrown out. I don't know. I can't speculate. I don't know the evidence. I don't know what he did. So everybody that's doing that type of speculation, they out of line because they don't know nothing. So how could you speculate with no information? How? The case is not televised. We don't know none of the information. So what they basing that on? See what I'm saying? They basing that on what? You got to understand that content creators gonna say anything to get views on YouTube. So when you see content creators that's monetized, long as they use his name, they're gonna make money. So it don't matter what they say, long as you click on it. So you can't trust YouTube content creators because they gonna do Diddy, Diddy, Diddy as long as they try. Because every time they get views, they gonna get a bigger check from YouTube. So that's why you don't see me doing Diddy, 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 because it's just to run the bag up. So they're gonna be Diddy this, Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. Some content creators, by the time this is over, they're gonna have 1,000 Diddy. But you ain't in the courtroom. Now, people that's in the courtroom, I respect them coming out and giving an update. But if you ain't in the courtroom, you just chasing it. I'm not in the courtroom. So what I'm gonna say about Diddy? I'm not in the courtroom. So you can't go by YouTube, Malik. You can't go by YouTube because they making money. So I don't even watch Diddy videos because they just want you to click on it. Some of the titles, when you click on it, the video don't even be about the title. Like they really running a game on YouTube. If y'all ain't clicked on no videos that got a title and you watch the whole thing and it ain't what the title say, they putting fake titles and all type of stuff just to get clicks and views. So anybody speculating on Diddy is a fake. How you speculating and you don't got none of the evidence? You don't even know what the state is going to present. You don't even know who going to be the witnesses. You don't even know who they're going to call on the stand. So how are you going to speculate what's going to happen? Based on what? I can't say going to prison or not. We ain't seen nothing. They just picking the jury. But if I was to bet, he going to prison. If they got that stuff, they say rub on your skin. And if they did that raid and they find that stuff you rub on your skin, he going to prison. Let me tell you something. If he got that stuff that they rub on your skin, and when they raided his house, if they found that stuff that you rub on your skin, and somebody testified that they didn't know what was going on, he going to prison. Period. Because he gonna go to prison. He gonna go to prison just for having that is a charge. I can tell you that. When they raided that crib and they found all that baby oil, and if any of that baby oil had that stuff in it, or they found any baby oil with that stuff in it, and they all them bottles of baby oil, he going to prison. He going to prison. If he got all that baby oil and they could prove what he was doing with that baby oil, and somebody come in there and say they rubbed that baby oil on him, he going to prison. Period. Period. Point blank, period. He going to prison. I don't know what nobody's saying. I don't care what nobody's saying. They just talking. They don't know what they talking about. They don't know what they talk about. If this happened, where it say lawsuit claimed Diddy baby oil was laced, and if they prove that he had that, he is done. He's done. They found 1,000 bottles of baby, or more than 1,000. They found more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. In the federal indictment brought against Sean Diddy Combs in September, prosecutors claim that during the raids on Combs' property, federal agents had seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Bruh, you're going to prison. Okay? You're going to prison. If they prove that you laced any baby oil, you're going to prison, bro. You got 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant, and you accused of this stuff, you're going to prison. Y'all listening to like citizens. Ask some people that was criminals like me. Ask some of us that caught cases. Ask somebody that been in a courtroom with the state's attorney and with the prosecutor. Ask somebody like that and see what they tell you. Ask somebody that been on that stand with the state's attorney and the prosecutor trying to lock you up. Ask them what happened. Ask them. I ain't listening to no citizens. Citizens don't know what they talk about. Ask somebody been on the stand. I've been on the stand. I was looking at 8 to 40. And bruh, if they found all that baby oil, and if they could substantiate that anybody had that on their skin and passed out, you going to prison. Period. Once they tell that story to the jury, they gonna find you guilty. Everybody gonna find you guilty, bro, if you got 1,000 bottles of baby oil. You cannot explain no 1,000 bottles of baby oil. People gonna say you was a demon. Who got 1,000 bottles of baby oil? Then he all on the phone. Y'all heard the recording his son? Get rid of the whatever. Did y'all hear his dumb ass on the phone? Did you get rid of that box? Or whatever he said. Y'all heard what y'all heard? Bro, it's stupid. Y'all heard that recording? Y'all heard that recording when he was talking to his son? Talking about, did you get rid of them pizza boxes? When everybody keep talking about Pizzagate, why would you say pizza, bro? Hold on, y'all. Y'all heard of Pizzagate? Right? This is why I say Diddy, it was all out his lane. Y'all heard of Pizzagate? Who heard of Pizzagate? Hold on. Who heard of Pizzagate? Y'all heard of Pizzagate? All right then. If you heard of Pizzagate and you're trying to talk in codes for your sons to get rid of something, why would you say, do you got the pizza boxes? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you ask? Listen, let me ask you something. If I was arrested and y'all was in the courtroom and they played a tape of me talk to my son and y'all heard me say, Did you get rid of them pizza boxes? Would y'all think I'm guilty or not? Because who got pizza boxes just laying around? I'm just asking you, common sense. If they played a tape of me, I'm in jail accused of heinous stuff, and they got me on the prison phone telling my son, did y'all get rid of the pizza boxes? What would you think? Would you think I'm innocent? Would you think I'm innocent if I'm on the phone? Did y'all get rid of the pizza boxes? And I'm telling you. That ain't prison time. That's why don't do no crimes, man. Because a lot of people that's criminals, like Diddy smart with producing and stuff, but he's not a smart criminal. When you doing crimes, that take a different type of smart. Regular worker smart, regular outside with your friends smart, regular music business smart ain't criminal smart. Criminal smart is different. I'm not getting on no jail phone, recorded phone, talk to my son when I'm in trouble. Did you get rid of them pizza boxes? I'm not finna say that. Because he a criminal without being a criminal. So he a criminal without being, he's not a criminal doing crime. Ain't no criminal got the baby oil in the house. The baby oil, you'll never find it. It's in a storage locker somewhere, and ain't no proof of the storage locker. There's no proof of the storage locker. There's no receipt at the house by the storage locker. There's nothing about the storage locker. I don't got the baby oil at the house. So he's not a criminal trying to do crimes. You can't do crimes if you're not a criminal. Okay? If you're going to do crimes, you got to be a criminal. You can't be not a criminal and do crimes because it take a criminal mind, criminal minded. You've been blinded. And he not criminal minded. How you going to do crimes? When I was a criminal, I was criminal minded. That's why I beat my case because I was a criminal. Diddy's not a criminal. He just caught for doing crimes. Ain't nobody doing weird stuff with baby oil, got no baby oil around. Not no criminal. Listen, if I'm a criminal, do I got over 1,000 bottles of baby oil at my house if I'm rubbing it on chicks and putting stuff on it, allegedly? No, I got no baby oil at the crib, bruh. Especially when my name out here, you paid Casey $30 million and you still got the baby oil there. Soon as the story leaked about Casey, everything getting dumped, everything getting burnt. They're getting rid of evidence. Soon as the Casey story, Cassie is her name. Soon as Cassie's story come out and it leaked that I paid her $30 million, everything's burnt. Everything. All evidence is gone. All the computers is cleared out, deleted, gone. All the computers ain't deleted, they burnt because the information is still being, they burnt. The dumpster's there, it's in there. The gasoline's in the dumpster, is lit. Everything's melted down, burnt to a crisp. I'm Diddy, I got millions. Everything's burnt. I even got enough money to take the stuff to a furnace, to a professional furnace. I even got enough money to go to a professional furnace where I could pull in where they burn stuff and throw everything in there. Everything is burnt. Everything is burnt. Everything. Phones burnt. I'm rich. The hell with this phone. I get another phone. Phones burnt. Computers, burnt. Baby oil, burnt. Even clothes worn during that time, burnt. Anything is burnt. I done took it to a place, got a big old furnace, paid dude $300, pull in there. He gonna open the big thing where they burn stuff, and I'm gonna burn everything. I'm gonna do it myself. I ain't letting nobody get the shit because the firm will take the shit, and then the FBI goes them, and now he blackmailing me. So no, you're a criminal. You gotta see it get burnt. You don't hire nobody with no evidence. You destroy the evidence. Not, hey, y'all go destroy this for me. Now, dude say, oh, I'm going to keep it and I'm going to blackmail you. You know I got that stuff. You know I didn't burn that stuff. Now give me $5 million and I won't turn it over to the police. No, I got to see it burnt. I got to see it burnt. Burnt. Everything's burnt. Certain pictures burnt. Everything's burnt to a crisp. They raid the house. There ain't no 1,000 bottles of baby oil on that. Show you he probably had an addiction problem, right? He probably had an addiction problem. So he ain't in his right mind. He ain't no criminal. He ain't no criminal. He got out there. Just because you're a Luciferian don't make you a criminal. So he got caught up, taken into the Lucifer side of life, and he ain't in his right mind. So now he in there and cleaned up, which he might have cleaned up, he might not, because you can get stuff sometime in them places. But if he clean, now he tripping. Because he wasn't clean. You could see Diddy was gone. Diddy let substance abuse, you know what I'm saying, and his bad habits, sexual habits, ruin your life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Luciferian. It's only two sides. It's the righteous side and it's the wicked side. That's it. And when you live in your life, you're either on one side or the other. It's two sides. When you live in your life, you're either in the light or you're in the dark. There ain't no middle. If you spiking baby oil and rubbed it on people and then taking advantage on it, you on the Luciferian. That's Luciferian. Orgies are Luciferian. They the ones do that. They the ones do sacrifices and all them sexual rituals. Yeah, he was practicing Luciferian practices. He was on the dark side. He was on dark side. Dirt on the dark side. Tried to turn Muslim on the dark side though. You rapping about, unaliving people and stuff. Yeah, you're on the dark side. You're on the dark side. And when you get on the dark side, the police is on the dark side. You understand? So when you sell your soul to the devil come to collect, but he don't come collect when you want him to collect. He come early. And like, you ready to give your life for it right now? You're like, but I'm not ready. Hey, I'm ready. I'm here to collect. I ain't asked you if you was ready. We didn't stipulate none of that. You sold your soul to me. I'm here to collect. That's how it works. When you go on the dark side, you got to pay. They come to collect. How you going to beat the dark side when you on the dark side? Diddy went on the dark side. What are you doing around Justin Bieber? What are you doing with Usher? Why Usher had to go to the hospital? Y'all know the stories. Usher's career is everybody looking at Usher crazy. Because Usher mama's the same thing with R. Kelly. Usher mama sent her son to be with Diddy. Who send their son like that? This is how thirsty people be for money. Why you send that young ass boy to live with a grown man? Talk about for his music career. What mama do that? Y'all would send y'all son with a grown man to get in the music game? Y'all would send y'all daughter to R. Kelly or send y'all son to Diddy? Let me tell you something. If you gonna send Usher to me and you wrong, and I take Usher, what that tell you I am? Yeah, you didn't see Usher saying, you didn't see Diddy saying him and Usher was wrestling over the cereal? And Kevin Hart say, what? You ain't see that? You ain't see Diddy talking about the young Usher. They was wrestling in the morning over the cereal. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all don't be watching this stuff, huh? So that's why I say ain't no need to talk about the case because a lot of y'all don't know how much evidence they got. Y'all ain't seen that video? Search it. You ain't see Diddy talking about wrestling with Usher over the Frosted Flakes? It's viral. There ain't even nobody talking about it. It's all videos. Nobody even talk about it. It's just videos. You know what I'm saying? That's how bad it is. Ain't nobody even talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You know it's crazy. Bro, you ain't seen that? That's why people talk about it. That's why I say people talking about he gonna walk, probably don't know. Here go right here. Did he confess to Kevin Hart about wrestling with a 10-year-old Usher? Usher was 10 years old living with Diddy. Diddy fight and wrestling over foster play. Diddy admitted to have been sleeping with Usher. Diddy admits to sleeping with Usher. Pause. These are just videos. I'm just reading the videos. I'm not saying he did it, but he said it. Kevin Hart was there. Kevin Hart like, what? Kevin Hart's reaction to Diddy's admission. Sean Combs tells Kevin Hart that he used to wrestle with Usher when Usher was 10 years old. Then he says something else that sounds inappropriate. Y'all ain't saying that. Y'all ain't saying that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. So when you say some people say gonna beat it, do they know all of this? The hospital visit, yup. And then his mama went and got him. And then he ended up with Jermaine Dupri. And I don't know if y'all heard the Jermaine Dupri crisscross allegations. I don't know if y'all know everything like Big Pharaoh know. I be nice. I don't do gossip. I don't know if y'all heard, Jermaine Dupri found crisscross at the gaming room. What the hell was he doing at the gaming room picking up kids? I ain't saying Jermaine Dupri did nothing. I'm just saying he just always working with kids. What's wrong with Bow Wow? Why he so strange? I ain't saying Jermaine did nothing. I'm just saying that people just saying the streets, I'm saying the streets is watching. I'm just telling y'all what the buzz is in the streets. See, listen, Big Pharaoh could be I could be one of the top YouTubers. So I could be like Tisa Tales, but I keep it G. But if I wanted to, I could get a lot of views. Because one thing is for sure, you got to get in the music business to hear the real music. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You got to get in the music business to hear the real music business stories. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in LA. You got to live in LA to know what's going on. And I'm in Chicago, I don't know what's going on in LA, but I was in LA. So I knew about Arsenio, Eddie Murphy, and Paul Mooney and them. We been knew. We been heard about Paul Mooney and Richard Pryor's son and all that. That's all, I'm in the music business. You know what I'm saying? I just don't be kissing and telling. I don't be telling. I don't know nothing. But I could. I got some friends that, bro, you need to tell all that stuff and get paid. But, I don't be chasing money like that. I'm not finna do all that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna do all that. That just ain't, you know what I mean? I'm gonna keep it G. I can get money another way. So I'm not finna be gossiping and get no money. You know what I mean? But I know a lot of stuff I don't talk about. Oh man, I could shut the internet down. You know what I'm saying? See, there I go with Hurt 'em Bad. Hurt 'em Bad went to Death Row with a music group. And then the music group was tripping and Suge came and stuff. And then things went crazy. Then he took Hurt 'em Bad and had Hurt 'em Bad say, well, you produced it. Instead of him singing, he was in a singing group. And Hurt 'em Bad was in there singing and said nobody would come in there and talk to him. He was in a little room at Death Row producing. He said the only person came in there to talk to him and one of his beat was Tupac. He said Tupac came in there and said, oh man, you make beats, let me hear some. And that's how he produced Hail Mary and all that stuff for Pac. He said Snoop and them would never come talk to him, nothing. He said the realest one at Death Row, he said, was Pac. He was a nobody. He was just a young dude making beats that was originally a singer, but the singing group did Suge dirty. So he got rid of the singing group that Hurt 'em Bad was in and took Hurt 'em solo to make beats. And Pac came in there and started listening and started rapping on his beats. And that ain't all he told me. So this Pharaoh right here in the picture, with the mink coat and the mink hat and all that, he knew a lot of stuff. This Pharaoh that you watching ain't finna tell you what that Pharaoh know. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't tell. We don't tell. But yeah, I was there. I know a lot of people in the industry. I've been in the music my whole life. So I know a lot of music industry information. Whitney Houston, all of them. You understand? Because you have to be around the musicians to hear the real stories. To hear the real stories. What's really going on. You got to be around them. And once you're in the music industry, you hearing things that people not in the music industry don't hear. Because you in there, all them seconds of people that work in the studio for the studio to help you out. So you got your engineer, he there, you got the second, and the second do stuff like help the engineer, go get this, go do that, go order coffee, go get our food when our food comes, stuff like that. That's the second. Well, these seconds be in all the sessions. The engineers be in all the sessions. Like my engineer, Ron Gresham, has worked with everybody. Babyface, all these records, a lot of these records behind me, Ron worked with them. He worked with R. Kelly. So Ron Gresham It's like one of the first black recording artists and like of my generation that worked with everybody. He's on a lot of these albums. So he worked with the Dramatics and all of them. All them female acts, all that. Ron worked with all of them. Ronald Gresham. That's my brother that helped me get in the record business. Facts. You understand? This the brother that put me in the music industry. You feel me? It's my brother. You know what I'm saying? He the one that I ran into one day picking up some weed, and he was leaving, and we went from there. So here he is, Ronald Gresham. Okay? One of the top black engineers in the business. Okay? Look at the credits. Okay? Look at the credits. Look, Linda Clifford, we can go on and on. Okay? Look at the credits. Midnight Star. I'm just going to name the ones y'all might know. He did the first house record. The first house record made, he was on. Look at the credits. And this ain't all the credits. Gladys Knight and the Pips. Victor Romeo. Samantha Fox. TLC. Monica. Boys to Men. He don't even got everybody on here. I got to tell him, man, put me on here. What you doing? Johnny Winter. These are people he work with. He didn't even put everybody on there. I need to call him. Let me text him right now before I forget. Hey, bro, what you doing? Let me text him. Yeah, I mean, hold on. Hold on a minute. Oh, let's take a break, right? And then we'll talk some more. I'm finna hit him right now and say, hey, brother, give me a minute. On the side note, so you got to be aggressive. See, I'm gonna make him. I add my artist to his discography. You got to be. You got to be proactive. You got to be proactive, y'all. He got so many records he did. I'm like, bro. Man, I need all that shine. That's my brother, though. You're gonna be like, hell no. Hey, bro, put us on there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he wanted the top. He can't even name everybody. Like all these records, like a lot of these records, he's on there. And black. Okay, so see, he's a black brother, right? Living in Chicago. Now, when you book the studio, when I would book tracks, studio, and go, I, I paid a fee a month, how much they charge an hour, $50 an hour. They give me an engineer and a second. Because Ron was a black brother that put me in the game, I would pay the $50 an hour, but I would not use their engineer. I bought my own engineer and I paid Ron $100 a night. So if my studio, if I did 8 hours, that's 400 plus I would give Ron 100. That's 500. But I would pay Ron and Ron would go to all my sessions. And because Ron was always at my sessions and R. Kelly was in studio one, I'm in studio two, he ended up working with Kels because I got him always in the studio. So by him always being in the studio, he get more work. But I've had loyalty. I always bought the brother, the black brother, to do my records. And I paid him. You know what I mean? And I would be like real tense in the studio. So I was still hustling. So I'm still getting money and I'm paying 400, 500, just cutting in my money I'm making a day. So y'all don't come in here playing. You know what I'm saying? Because I was mixed between, that criminal world and the music. Because I was trying to, you know what I'm saying? So I wasn't really playing in the studio. You know what I mean? I wasn't really playing in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm probably gonna make, I'm probably gonna make 1,200 today, and then spend 5 or 6. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool. I mean, but still, I could flip this money while I'm investing in y'all. So if y'all gonna rap and don't be playing. But yep, that's my brethren, man, Ron Gresham, one of the best in the game. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. That's my brother. You know what I mean? Ronald Gresham. He really that. And then I'm dealing with Rob. Rob got a Grammy. I bought a lot of beats from Rob. Maybe I'll do a whole live on that one day. I bought a lot of beats from Rob. He got a Grammy with Beyonce. He got a Grammy with Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? I I gotta tell him put me on his LinkedIn and all that stuff too. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my brother right there. You know what I'm saying? He ended up smoking cigarettes and he ended up almost losing his voice. He got a trach, you know what I mean? Smoking cigarettes. So on the side note, take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because Ron got a trach in his throat from smoking. He almost didn't make it. His mother just passed away too a couple months ago. You know what I'm saying? Ron didn't take care of himself, so he got a trach. You know what I'm saying? Let me give him some shine though. That's my brother though. We became like brothers though, you know, after working in the studio so much. And I try to get him over so he could tell stories, but it's really hard for him to be talking with that trach like that. You know what I'm saying? I think he ain't really comfortable doing that like that. He was still teaching for a while, you know, but the cigarettes, you know what I'm saying? And he worked with Kels. So man, man, I'm telling you, man, ain't no telling what he'll say about this. Man, ain't no telling what Ron will say about Kels, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Man, it ain't no telling what Ron would say. I'm gonna keep it a billion. Man. But when you're in the studio, it's like a sanctuary, so you're not supposed to tell nothing that you see in there. Okay? You're not supposed to tell what happens in the studio. That's a no-no. You know what I'm saying? What happens in the studio stays in the studio. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what happens in the studio got to stay in the studio. You feel me? You can't be. He worked at Columbia College, teaching music to young people. A lot of people learn music from Ron. You know what I'm saying? As a teacher. You know what I'm saying? And I met him by accident, and then we became like brothers. I could call Ron right now and be like, man, I'm stranded. He gonna be like, even if he's asleep, he gonna be like, where you at? And he gonna come get me. The same I'm gonna do him. If he call me, I'm going to get him in the door. But he's got a lot of accomplishments. I really should interview him, even though his voice is like that, because I should have him document his. I'm gonna get on him. I'm gonna say, bro, come on, document your life, man, in the music industry as a black engineer. People need to know this information, bro. You know what I'm saying? But he was working with Kels. He was working with Kels, you know what I'm saying? And Kel's a good brother. Kelly's a good brother. He's a cool brother. He's illiterate. But Kelly's a cool brother. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no bad person. You know what I mean? He's a good brother. A lot of stuff they say, is over exaggerated. You know what I'm saying? But he had like a messed up childhood. He had a messed up childhood. So he ain't really had no chance in life, with that childhood like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Kale's had a messed up childhood, man. You know what I'm saying? So anybody got any questions you want to ask me about this situation? The main thing I want y'all to learn about this is, stay focused when you go to work and stuff like that. And don't really get caught up in a lot of that extracurricular activity because that stuff will ruin your life. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, much respect to my brother Ron Gresham that produced all that mixed and mastered. Well, he didn't master that mixed all my records and was the engineer to record almost every record I did, except a few. You know what I'm saying? And me and Ron, we spent many hours in the studio recording. Many hours. And we was at every studio in Chicago because I was trying to make sure that the rappers coming into the game that they get the full experience. They was young. So I was trying to make sure these young brothers and sisters get to work in all the various studios so they could get the full experience of rap. And I kept them away from the weirdo stuff. And that's where Diddy made his mistake. That's where he made a mistake. Because it's a lot of weirdo stuff be happening. And these brothers and sisters don't be having nobody to tell them nothing. And it's like the music business is hypnotic. It'll hypnotize you. Seriously. The music business will hypnotize you. It really will. It's very like hypnotic. It does something to you. The music industry. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. It does something to you. It really does. It's different. It's not like normal life. First off, your hours. The music business is an all night business. It's a night business. It's an entertainment business. So you're not on a normal person's schedule. And shout out to my brothers, the individuals, the I Click, Big Lou, TCO, Raw Business, Ando the Don, rocking that camouflage gear called camouflage, like cannabis, out of the UK. You know what I'm saying? But the music business is, you know, it's a very strange business, and it's a lot of temptation. You know what I'm saying? He was not for you. Who was not for me? The music business is it's a very strange business. You know what I'm saying? And it's hypnotic, and you are in unusual situations, and you're in situations that put you in a stardom. You know, you have fans, right? So you have fans when you're in the music business. And that is hard to deal with for a young person. Make sure y'all support the channel, hit the like button, share, subscribe. So when you're in the music business, it's very hypnotic because you have fans and they just look at you different when you in the music business. And we're on stages, you know? So when you're going and you getting on stages and stuff like that, and you're, you know, listed as the performers, and all these people is out there moving and dancing and cheering for you for your music is very, very, very hypnotic. And then when you like the boss, like me, would rule the world records. When you're the boss, it's almost the same thing. You don't get all the fanfare as the artist, but everybody looking at you as the money. So everybody's looking at you like the money bag. And so when you get around with the rappers and you go to events, a lot of the girls, a lot of the women, they are attracted to these rappers because they like stars. You know, when you run out on the stage, there's thousands of people out there you performing. They like stars. But then when they see you're the CEO of the record label, the real sophisticated women, they after you. And so one thing I did to keep myself out of that, I didn't have women come to the studio unless they could sing, unless they was coming to sing, rap, or do some kind of vocals on a skit. That's it. If you wasn't there to do anything concerning recording, that's it. And when we went on the road, I always dressed down and made sure I looked like a worker. Okay? So when I went out with the rappers, I always looked like the worker. I got the camera. I'm recording. I got the booth. Because we has got to do everything ourselves. We don't got no big record label behind us. We doing all this on my label. So everything we doing is on Rule the World Records. So what I would do is nobody knew that I was a CEO of the record label. Everybody that's seen us in all these different states when they perform it would have thought I worked for them. So it always looked like I worked for them. I never let nobody knew who I was. That kept me from being targeted. You see what I'm saying? Because nobody knew who I was. I just looked like another one of the guys. You know what I'm saying? I just look like another one of the people. That's I look like I was working for them actually. 'Cause I got the cameras and all that stuff. You see? So I'm there. They know I'm the boss. But if you can, you wouldn't necessarily know I was the boss because I'm kind of dressed like them and I look like another member of the crew. And I'm working. I'm always working. I'm recording and stuff like that. So you ain't gonna necessarily know who I am. And I didn't do no type of I didn't do no type of mingling because I was married. And so I wasn't interested in ladies because my wife is trusting me to go out here and do this stuff. And, you know, how's she gonna trust me to go out here and do this? and I'm not, really focused on what I'm doing. I have to be focused on what I'm doing. You feel me? So when I'm out here, I'm out to get the job done. It takes a dedicated person to be in the music industry. And you have to avoid all the foolishness. You have to avoid the other rappers if they was troublemakers, right? You have to definitely avoid the ladies. You have to avoid the women if you want to be successful in the music business. Everything has to be professional. Everything has to be for the benefits of the music business. Because if not, you're going to be in the situation that Diddy is in right now. He didn't just stick with the business and stay out the way. You understand? Like Babyface and people like that. You see certain people stay out the way, stay out the way. Certain record labels, you don't even know who the CEO is. Certain artists, you don't never hear about them other than them just doing shows. One of the best examples is Jay-Z. Jay-Z stays out the way. He don't even have social media. He stays out the way. Diddy was all in the way. And Diddy almost got Jay-Z caught up because once they get one sucker, then they're going to try to do all of y'all like all of y'all is suckers. You understand? And this is anything you're doing in life. If you're an electrician and you're going to do an electrical job, never sleep with the women or get their numbers or nothing. Meet women when you ain't at work. Meeting women while you working is bad news. And because they know you working and because the relationship is tied up with your work, when if things go left, she gonna notify your employers. It's just not a good mix. I'm hustling. I'm not sleeping with none of my customers. That's out the picture. And sometimes you learn the hard way. I did it one time. It was a young black woman, and she was just beautiful. I really liked her. And man, I slept with that lady and fell asleep. Woke up, she had stole some stuff out. She had went in the pack and stuff. I liked her though. She was a young businessman, a businesswoman. She was beautiful. She was so cute. But she ended up getting a job out of the city because I'm thinking, man, I think I would have sent her to rehab because I really liked her. And I had just met her. It was just something about her. But I would have had to send her to rehab. She was cute. And I had just started messing with her. And then after a couple of weeks, she was like, oh, my job is moving. I'm like, dang. You know what I mean? But then that could have went bad because she knew what I was doing. See what I'm saying? So it's probably all for the better. I ain't really fall in love with her and end up, leaving the one I was with and going with her because who knows how that would have went with her having addictions and knowing what I'm doing. That's how you go to prison. So a lot of times when people be talking to you and they tell you don't do something, and then you go and say, but you did it. the fact they did it really validates them even more to tell you not to do it. And I think a lot of young people, you don't understand that. That a lot of times when people did stuff they tell you not to do, them really the ones to listen to more than somebody didn't do it. They know from experience. So don't never say, how you going to tell me not to do something you did? Because I did it. So I'm the best one to tell you. It's just like if you could turn this way and turn that way. And I turn that way and the streets is all tore up and shaking my car up. But the other person turned this way. How could the person that turned this way tell you you shouldn't go that way? But the person that went that way tell you don't go that way. I went that way. Them streets is messed up. This person don't know what that way was going on that way. So a lot of times, a lot of this knowledge we come from mistakes or come from seeing people make mistakes. It's mistake driven. So if your parents tell you don't do this and that, but you see your mama got all kind of bad stuff, your daddy got all kind of bad stuff, you're like, how you gonna tell me something? They the ones to listen to. They telling you, you better listen. The people that make the most mistakes got the best information for you. I'm telling you. If they trying to tell you not to make mistakes, if they trying to encourage you to do the same thing, don't listen to them. But if they telling you not to do something, and your daddy's alcoholic, and he telling you don't do this and that, you better listen to him. Don't be like, you alcoholic, you can't tell me nothing. He can tell you more about what he's telling you than a person that's probably not an alcoholic. And knowledge is just knowledge. Knowledge is not based on how great you are. Knowledge is based on experiences. And anybody could have experiences to help you. But don't be big-headed, because Diddy was too big-headed to listen to anybody. He got full of himself, and nobody could tell him nothing. Couldn't tell him nothing. If he beat the case, they'll probably R. Kelly him and get him with a different case. I don't know. If I had to bet, I don't believe he's going to beat this case. Because I don't believe they brought him in there on no flimsy evidence. They got something. They got a lot. And Casey is going, she's going to tell everything. So I doubt I think he'll be found guilty. But if he's not, doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I don't want to see no brother go to jail. At the same time, I don't support nobody doing bad stuff to people. And he did a lot of bad stuff to a lot of bad people. He was just constantly making bad decisions. Why would you take Biggie to L.A. right after Pop situation? Like, who does that? And Biggie didn't even want to go. What'd you take him out there for? Like, seriously. Right there, you out of order. So he was like arrogant. Diddy was too arrogant. You know what I mean? Excellent producer, executive producer, but just too arrogant. You know what I'm saying? He's like the type of person, he gonna talk to you real. You look how he made them young people walk to get him some cheesecake. Right then, we seen he was a horrible human being. Bro, you got these young people on MTV. Why are you trying to embarrass them? What kind of show is that? with making somebody walk all the way to get you some cheesecake. How does that prove if they good enough to be in the music industry? And MTV was bogus for, they should say cut. No, we not doing that. Find something else to do. MTV made all that money out of him, stunning, embarrassing Chopper and all them young brothers like that. That was some, I never, I ain't like him anyway. I ain't really never liked Diddy. I just didn't like him. But when I seen that, I just really didn't like him. I respected his time, but I just never liked him. He was always just somebody I would have never hung with. He was too arrogant, just talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it just got worse and worse. You seen the scene where he was talking to Fabulous and them? Talking about, nah, when me and you gonna hang out though. Just me and you. It was always weird. You know what I'm saying? Now Fab dissing them in the song because Fab, you tried to embarrass Fab. Just doing a bunch of doing too much. You know what I'm saying? He's just a nasty individual with all that talent. All that talent. You know? He was talking to Big like crazy. He wasn't, him and Big wasn't tight when Big got unalive. They was at odds. Puff was talking to him crazy. Puff trying to rob all they publishing. And Biggie had to take the publishing and sign it in his daughter's name in order for Puff not to steal all his publishing. Puff was going to rob everybody. Talking about he doing them the same way the record labels was doing him. Bro, that ain't no excuse. Now when it get to the liquor company, you this pro-black dude. But when you was doing the music, you was robbing your own people. He robbed everybody. He robbed everybody. And kind of threw everything off and got Suge out of his square and look at him. Because he was tripping too. I listen to a lot of Suge interviews, but Suge don't be telling the whole truth. Because Suge was foul. He was bullying people because he big. And he was using the gang culture to bully, people like that. You know what I'm saying? So Suge wasn't positive like that. You know. No. Suge would have beefed with us in Chicago. It would have went all bad for him. That's why he in prison where he at. Another one. You get in a position to do all this with a record label, but you're doing all this foolishness stuff on the back end instead of staying calm. Sugar's a perfect example. He run around trying to sleep with everybody woman, running around clowning instead of staying focused on the record label. Lost the whole label, destroyed the whole situation because he wanted to be a bozo, a big old bozo. Him and Puff. Jay Prince too. I don't like him either. All these black men got the opportunity to do so much for the community. They just try to do everything for themselves, and they just be bullying and trying to be some fake gangsters and be in the music business. And you cannot do that. If you're gonna be a gangster, you got to be in the back. You can't have being a front man and no gangster. If you're gonna be a gangster, nobody can't know who you are. But you can be, I'm Jay Prince and try to be a gangster. I'm Suge Knight and try to be a gangster. I'm Puffy and try to be a gangster. Gangsters gotta hide. You can't be no famous gangster. I don't know what's wrong with brothers. But at Puff age like 60, he'll never see most likely he'll never see the streets again, depending on what his charges is. He might be bye-bye. Because if they give him anything over 30, it's a wrap. If they give him 30, he might get out at 80 something. But they sending him bye-bye because he's too big-headed. Just too doing too much stuff. And I believe substance abuse. Substance abuse. You don't get high on your own supply. And you don't do no substance abuse. You can't be drinking. You can't be on any type of substances when you're a boss and you're doing music. Bosses, they'll have a bottle of liquor and it'll be sitting on their office desk, just sitting there. They don't drink that. They don't drink. And when we got a big record label and we just scored a big thing, we'll take that expensive bourbon or whatever, and we'll both take a glass and we'll pull a shot, and we'll drink that, and that's it. I'll put the top back on it and set it back on my desk. And it might not get open for a year or 2 years unless it's another big something happen. But I'm not drinking it. You know what I'm saying? They were supposed to all get together and do a black music distribution deal. But people are saying that there was an informant in the group and they notified all the other record labels to shut it down. And then the feds came and raided Murder Inc., ran up on Jay Prince and Rap a Lot, started messing with Suge and all that. So that's what happened to that they saying that somebody in the music industry notified the white record labels. I ain't gonna say who they said did it, but a rapper they saying warned the major labels. This is what the word is on the streets or in the music business, that a rapper warned the record labels and that the record labels sick the feds on. And that's when Suave House got in trouble. Jay Prince, they was out to Jay Prince. Suge Knight, uh, Murder Inc. went through all that. They ran, right? That's when all that happened at the same time to shut that down. That's what happened to that. They ramped up on all our black labels. Because everything is gangster. And gangsters is behind all of this. Gangsters is behind the distribution, the radio spins, and all that stuff. Is already thoroughly infiltrated by the mob. Been like that. And if you go to the big studios, there be gangsters in there. Like in the studio we worked in, there was a gangster, I ain't gonna say his name, but there was a gangster in there that was kind of representing the record labels. R. Kelly was in there messing up money. The record label's paying all his time. He ain't recording, but it's all being charged. So he blocking out the studio. He blocking out the studio for all this time. Then not using it and not owe the studio all this money. And there was a gangster that let Kells know keep playing. That used to be in there. Oh yeah. He used to be in there at tracks. It's all gangsters run all this stuff. They the ones give the order to blackball you if you know. No, not him. Facts. The gangsters many years ago jumped into politics and jumped into law, became lawyers. They got into become lawyers and politicians way back before the Kennedys' daddy. Remember, old man Kennedy was jumped into politics and all them, got his sons into politics, John and Robert. That's when they started switching. And they went into politics and they went into banking and they went into law enforcement. They went into those businesses and they went into music. They went into sanitation. They went into construction. For real. That's why we be getting extorted. Where you think we get extorted? Everything we buy that come from the mob is extorting. They tried to extort Donald Trump when he was first coming into the game, and Trump hired FBI agents as his security. Back when he was in New York, way back, the younger Trump, the mob was at him. He hired FBI for security against the mob. So the mob said, leave him alone. He hired police. That's quietly why everybody respect Trump, because he's smart. He's like a good guy gangster. He gangstered the gangsters. He hired the FBI, off-duty FBI. So if you run up on him and you do something, you got to do it to the FBI. Now you're in big trouble. So the mob say, hands off Trump. Leave him alone. Because all his security was FBI. You understand? The reason that it was easy for them to destroy them labels is because them labels, right? The reason it was easy to destroy them labels because those labels didn't do the black community right. So when you don't do the community right, then your army is little. So them labels didn't bring in more bosses. They only brought in rappers to exploit. They never did really build and bring in and give power to other blacks. They didn't do that. Like Suge didn't bring nobody else in and get them no power. It's just Suge Knight. Puff didn't bring nobody else, nobody else no power. See? So if you Death Row and Suge Knight, it can't be you. It's got to be at least 5 of y'all. It got to be you and these other 5, and y'all got to run Death Row, not just you. So they was all solo. So that's why it's easy to take them down. They ain't had no backup. And when you don't got no backup, that means you ain't got nobody give you no advice. You right? So when you ain't got nobody give you no advice and you the big man and you don't want to listen to nobody, then that's how you go down. So that's why they went down. Because they really didn't run their labels right. They didn't run the labels right, like they was the only one. It's easy to dismantle you when you just the only one. It's easy. Show me a chessboard with just one piece on it. It ain't no checkerboard with just one piece. So whether they playing chess, they ain't playing chess or checkers because there's only one piece. Checkers, you got a lot of checkers. Chess, you got a lot of chess pieces. Stratego, you got a lot of pieces. So when they be saying these black people playing checkers, they not even playing checkers. They ain't got no checkers. It's only just one person. You know what I mean? It's always just one person. So they saying, well, they playing chess, we playing checkers. They playing chess, we just playing. But we ain't playing checkers because it's always just one piece. And nobody wants to step up and be the other piece. So if I got a record label and I sign a bunch of artists to the record label, they barely want to be rappers. They barely want to take the rap serious. So they sure ain't going to boss up and help you run the label. They just want to go in there and rap and go play. Because if these rappers were serious, they would come up and help you with the label. See, Jay-Z was serious. So he come up and bossed up. But most rappers ain't serious like that. So you're going to have the label and you're going to be always babying the rappers, always chasing the rappers, always trying to get the rappers to take the business serious. They don't take the business serious. They just think they can rap and they just going to make money. They ain't going to go do no promotion like they supposed to. They ain't going to boss up and do nothing. They not going to boss up. And then when it don't happen for them, they going to blame you, knowing they wasn't standing on nothing. We had so many small people try to get labels going and trying to get brothers. At one time before I got in the game, they was dropping money on startup labels. The brothers went and bought cars and all that and never produced. You had so many brothers by the time I got in the game, my lawyer called me and said, Pharaoh, they not giving no money to labels like yours no more. So I got in just a little too late. If I would have got in early and I would have made a few records, the label would have came, gave me like 100,000, 200,000 up front to produce. Right? But by the time I got in the game, all the brothers they had gave 100,000, they all had messed it up. All these labels in Chicago, I had a lot of brothers had labels before me. They blew all that, messed that money up. All them brothers they messed the money up. All the little local labels in Chicago, they got that money up. They messed it up. Seriously. They messed it up. So then I didn't get a chance to get that starter money like that. Because it used to be, you get in the game, you get some artists, you start making some records, and then you get signed to a label deal by a bigger label. You understand? But once I was in there, my lawyer called me, rest in peace to Linda Minch. She called me and she like, Pharaoh, they ain't doing that no more. But the good news is you can find them yourself. Let me give Linda. Let me give some respect to my girl, Linda Minch, man. Man, somebody ran over Linda, man. Man, Linda Man, I love Linda, man. Linda put me in the game, man. Man, Linda put me in the game, man. Man, Linda put me in the game, man. Linda did everything for me, man. Let me give her some shine too, man. Let me immortalize Linda, man. Man. Somebody just ran over. Some people think it was a hit too. Yeah. Man. Sometimes I talk about this stuff, it brings up, bad stuff. You feel me? This was the attorney that Ron took me to. I bumped into Ron and I said I wanted to start a record label. And he took me to Linda. And she, a young black brother, you're trying to do a record label. And she was like really, really cool. Seriously. Really, really, really cool. And she helped me do everything, showed me everything in the game, got all my contracts ready, got all my contracts right, and all that, man. On my soul. Man, got all my contracts right and all of that, man. Man, I'm telling you, man. Somebody ran over her, man. Man, oh man. And she was big with the Grammys, I mean, she was at the top of the music business, knew everybody. Because when Dude and them stole my song, she was the one going to sue them. But she told me, she said, let's wait, Pharaoh, to see if they're going to make some money. She said, if they don't make no money, ain't nothing to sue for anyway. I'm talking about music. Let me make sure all my people get their respect. Yep, R.I.P. Linda Minch. I wish she was still alive. R.I.P. to Linda. This was the best right here. One of the best in the game. She did all them contracts for me. She did all the record label stuff for me. Didn't even charge me that much because she knew I was independent coming up. You know what I mean? She ain't even tax me like that. You know what I'm saying? I went to her, I said, I want to start a record label and I want to be fair to everybody. So I want you to write up some contracts that really treat the artist good. And she wrote them up. I didn't want to come in ripping off the artist. So give me some really good contracts. And she gave me some good contracts for them. And they young. That was their first record label contract. You know what I mean? She had an office downtown. You know what I'm saying? I was supposed to start the record label with a friend of mine. We on the phone, start a record. Yeah, man, start a record label. Yeah, man. I'm like, okay, man, let's make it happen. So I had met Ron. And Ron plugged me up to Linda Minch. And so we set it up. I got the name of the label. At that time, it was Royalty Records. I had to change it because it was a Royalty Records. I changed it to Rule the World Records. Got the logo done. The logo was fire. Black World sitting on a record that could be a CD or a record at the time. And man. And so I called my friend and said, all right, man, it's like a Monday. And I'm like, okay, not this Friday, next Friday, we go meet this lawyer and start the record label. He's like, yeah, man, yeah. Wednesday, I call him, hey, man, next Friday, we go start the record label. Yeah, man, yeah. Saturday, I call him, hey, man, you know, Friday, man, coming Friday, man, we go do the record label. Yeah, man, yeah. Tuesday, hey man, you know Friday we gonna do the record label. Yeah, man, we need to woo whoa. Thursday night, tomorrow morning, man, we go meet the attorney, start the record label. Yeah, man. Friday mornings, I'm up. I'm finna go make my appointment with the attorney. I need to go pick my man up. I call him. Phone ring. No answer. Call him. Phone ring. No answer. Call him. No answer. No return call. I drive down to meet the attorney. She give me the paperwork. She said, you the only one? I look to my right. I look to my left. Yeah, I'm the only one. I signed my paperwork to go get my corporation started with the state. The man never called me about the record label. Never called, never. Not even a week or nothing after that. A lot of time go by. I started getting artists come. This is how a lot of brothers is. I started getting rappers to come to the studio. They coming. Right? Finally, we get to the point where we finally decided we're going to do an album. I got my artist that I'm going to do the album with. Boom, let's rock and roll. I go, we do the songs. Boom, we go through everything you got to go to put the record label together. We get the cover done. We get all the graphics done. We do the CD. Everything top notch. I'm spending big money because I got the full fold out. I got all the cars with each rapper based on the cars in the hood. I took pictures of cars of people we know in the hood and put their cars on there. We rocking and rolling. The CD come out. I talked to my boy that say start the record label. The CD out, man. He said, I'm finna come buy two. He buy two CDs. You know what he said to me? He get the CDs like, he get the new CD in the plastic. He said, man, Pharaoh, man, you said it was supposed to be me and you. He said, when he see the success, the man said to me, man, you said it was supposed to be me and you. This is like a year later or something from when we supposed to meet the lawyer. The man ain't called and said, did you go meet the lawyer? Nothing. He never spoke on our meeting to go to see the lawyer ever no more. He never mentioned it. until the CD came out. He said, man, Pharaoh, you wrong, man. You said it was supposed to be me and you. That's what he said. I don't even know what I said. I was probably just like, that's what he said. He let me do all that work because he didn't believe in it. He didn't believe it till he seen it. He never believed in it. He didn't believe in it till he seen it. Till I started getting songs on TV and all that. Until I started getting on the websites and all that and doing shows. And he said it was supposed to be me and him. Real talk. Until then, he never mentioned the meeting ever. He didn't call. Did you make the meeting? How did it go? Where's the paperwork? Am I supposed to sign somewhere? Nothing. He didn't say nothing. Absolutely crazy. So look, y'all, that's it for that. The moral of the story, though, is Diddy was just totally out of line and was doing way too much foolishness. And then people want to turn around and try to wish the best for him. But he was doing too much. He had too much money and too much success for doing what he was doing. Okay? Everybody's saying he had the right to do freak offs and all that. No, he didn't. No. Bro, you a full grown man with children and be getting married to these women. You ain't supposed to be having no nut stuff like that where both you and Aaron Hall is dealing with a woman at the same time in no room, okay? All right? Y'all tag teaming women and all this. He wasn't supposed to be doing none of that. And as far as Bill Cosby being innocent, Bill Cosby been doing that forever and his money been hiding it. Been slipping stuff in women's drinks for years. And Kale's been pulling up at the schools, picking up girls, because I know people that went to the high school when he used to come up there. And all my friends kept telling him, stop going up to McDonald's, parking them fancy trucks and cars at McDonald's, talking to them young girls. Because Kels can't even read. You know that, right? He had a messed up childhood. But, man, Kels is in trouble because people kept telling him, stop messing with them young girls. The whole city know that. Just like the girl was talking about Fat Joe coming up to her school, picking them up with Big Pun. She said it was young girls, and Fat Joe used to come up to the high school and pick up girls all the time. This is what the girls say. It's all over the internet. Go look it up. Because these people got issues, and then when they get in the music business, they bring their issues with them. They bring all that drama and they bring all that negativity into it with them. And when you got some type of negativity and you're trying to make money, now you're going to split. So you're going to be halfway concentrating on your money and halfway concentrating on negativity. And you can't get no money like that. Because to get money, you got to have your mind on your money and your money on your mind. You got to focus when you're a business person. And when you're a business person, you got to stay a business person. You can't mix business with pleasure. Ever, never, ever. If you want to fail in your business, mix business with pleasure. And one reason that the black men and women in America, one reason we can't get our business right, because we can't find nobody that will separate business from pleasure. And so if I got to do everything by myself, how am I compete with a white dude that can find 4 or 5 people that can just concentrate on business? But black American men ain't about no business. We're going to get there, but we ain't there yet. So if you're trying to build a company of 4 so you can be strong, and you got 4 different brothers that put their money in, or sisters, you ain't going to be able to do it. And I can't blame the women, because the women follow the lead of the men. So that's why I say the men got to do it first. And you don't know how to do it. If I call 4 men and say, come on, man, we finna go take care of some business, why you get in the car talking about personal stuff? Why, when we pick you up, why is you talking about all this other stuff when we on our way to do some business? And you jump in, you ain't focusing on the business, you talking about who shot John. Right then, I know I'm with the wrong person. You don't got laser focus. Because anybody doing business, if I'm doing business and I'm finna go somewhere to take care of some business an hour away from when I leave home, I've been focusing on that 2 or 3 hours now. I've been laser beaming on what I'm finna go do. And when I pick you up, I'm expecting you to talk about what we finna do. I'm expecting your mind to be on this business. But when I pick you up, your mind is somewhere else, which tells me you're not the one to work with, because you can't focus and you're a distraction. Because not only you can't focus, you're so stupid, you're going to get in the car and distract everybody else with some nonsense and then expect to make a lot of money when you half-ass. You half-ass. We ain't gonna make no money with you. You're a clown. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm not finna answer no stupid questions, bro. Why you ask me about something that you can't do? So it makes some sense, bro. Why you ask me about segregation? You got stores. Can we segregate? Bro, this is what I'm talking about. You see, I'm talking about how to do business, and you see Rena come ask me something stupid that got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Nothing. If I said we can't focus to do business, what make him think we can focus to segregate? Seriously. How you gonna segregate when you can't do no business because you gotta have segregated businesses? See what I'm talking? See what I'm dealing with? He the perfect example. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. That's a perfect example. I'm talking about business. I'm saying we ain't got the mind to do business. Somebody come over here and ask me, can we segregate when we ain't got the mind to do business? And can we segregate and do business? When you can't even get in a car or get on the YouTube and stay focused on the conversation. Proving my point. Can you do business with Rena? No. Because you'll be talking about going and what we get ready to invest in, and they'll be ask you something got nothing to do with where the business meeting we going to. We going to business meeting for this, and they're gonna be talking about that. So right there, you know you can't do business with them. It was perfect because it proved what I'm saying. Because if I'm saying we can't get together and do business, what makes you think we can get together and segregate? That I already answered. We can't do that. Because to segregate, we'd have to have our own restaurants, have to have our own stores. And I'm telling you, you ain't got what it takes to do that. So how you gonna ask me how we gonna do something that I'm already telling you we don't got the skills to do that? You don't got the skills to open your own restaurants and businesses because you can't find no employees. You can't find no employees. Whites can find employees. Blacks cannot. White people can find employees that's going to come and do the job and take care of business. Black people, no, you can't. No, because you got no history of doing that. You've always had Europeans telling you what to do, so you can't think for yourself. You can't open restaurants and stuff like that because we can't get you to do it right. We're not built like that yet. So if I open up a sandwich shop and me and my queen, we go in there and we making these sandwiches and we making them a certain type of way. It's a certain way we toasting it. It's a certain way we cooking it. And it's a certain way we make it. It's a certain way we wrap it. And it's a certain customer service we got. So we get this spot making these sandwiches. Our customer service, the way we make it is good and all that. Boom, it blow up. We got enough money to open another one. But if we're going to open up another one, right, we're going to open up another one, then that means we're going to have to train somebody for this one. So now when me and my queen, when we go open up another one, we train 2 people to run this one, right? We show them everything. So now when we go to the other one, we start hearing that our original customers in this area is complaining because the sandwiches ain't the same. The customer service not the same. And whereas we had 5,000 customers a month, this store is all the way down to nothing but 1,000 customers a month because these people that we trained to do it the way we did it, they don't do that. They coming in half doing it. The food ain't the same. The service not the same. So now me and my wife, you done damaged our brand. We had a certain brand and you damaged it. So to ask me, can we segregate? It's crazy. How could you not be about business and segregate unless you don't want to admit we not about no business like that. Black people not about business like that. You cannot, listen, you cannot segregate when your woman want to have European hair. Can't do it. When your woman is brainwashed and want to have hair straight like a European, you can't segregate because you emulating somebody else. So the only way you can segregate is culturally. Your own hair, your own everything. So you can never segregate and emulate another race of people. It's never going to happen because your mind is integrated. The black woman's mind is not segregated. She don't like nappy hair. She don't like kinky hair. She want hair like the European and the Asian woman. So how you going to have an integrated mind but a segregated business? Not going to happen. There's no way you're going to segregate successfully, but you got to get hair by hair from the Asians. That's not segregation. Now, if you have your own natural hair and start providing your own natural hair products, now you can segregate. But you cannot segregate and buy straight hair from somebody else to try to look like somebody else. The black woman's mind is ruined. She's already integrated. She's a follower, and she has no black pride in her beauty, in her natural hair, in her natural skin, or nothing. She want to shave all her eyebrows off and draw some on. She want to put all kind of garbage on her face, and she want to make herself look like a jack-in-the-box or some kind of clown. She want to glue eyelashes on and all kind of goofy stuff that makes her forever have to give her money to somebody else and go to somebody else. So she gonna always go to the Asians because she ain't got no black culture, and you cannot make no money without no black culture. Whereas the Asians in their community, they don't got that. They're not gluing on eyelashes in their community. They're not, none of these people is doing what they do in our community in their community. They're doing that in our community. So no, we cannot segregate. You're not strong enough to segregate. How you gonna segregate? You ain't got no business about yourself. We cannot segregate. To segregate is to segregate. We would have to segregate everything. The way we eat, the way we look, what products we buy, everything. We would have to change everything to really segregate. Chinese is segregated. Does Chinatown look anything like the rest of America? No. Black people want to segregate, but have a black version of white American stuff. Chinese is segregated because they got Chinese stuff. Everything is Chinese. The stores is Chinese. It's designed like Chinese. Black people Americans is a long way from that. As a matter of fact, black Americans are falling more because our women look like clowns and they want to buy other people's hair. So our woman is forever going to be giving money to the system because she's going to have cancer of the scalp and she's going to have breast cancer. She's going to have cancer. So she's going to have to give her money to the European medical system anyway, because only a fool put all them chemicals on their body and think they ain't finna have breast cancer and have all kind of cancers. You got to be a fool. You know you got to be a fool to put them eyelashes on and know you don't think you're going to get infections and all that. You know what I'm saying? Something's wrong with you. So how you going to be qualified to do anything? That's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to make some changes. You know what I mean? We have to make some changes to do any of that. You understand? Because black people don't know what segregation is. So no, we cannot segregate. Period. We don't have the finances. We don't have the money. We don't have anything to segregate. Period. We don't have the land. Segregate where? This is segregation. This is segregation. This is why they do so well. This is segregation. Okay? I got respect for the sister. She might not know no better. So I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at you because you might not know no better. You know what I'm saying? So I got respect for you, Queen. You know what I'm saying? You good. I got respect for you. But the question was just weird. You know, you asked me, can we segregate? While I'm talking about us not being able to do business. So that's like, it's very confusing because we would have to be able to do business, Queen, right? If I'm saying we don't know how to do no business, we're not sticking together doing business, and you say, can we segregate? It's like, without being able to do business, without being professional. I mean, that's self explanatory. This is segregation. If you go to a little village or you go to a Mexican neighborhood, it's a lot this, it's a lot that. It's red, white, and green. It's all Mexican stuff. They not doing no Mexican version of European stuff. They doing authentic Mexican stuff. Black people, we have no authentic black stuff no more. They've already taken our women. Our women are not black anymore. The black woman's not black anymore. She's a imitation brown European or Asian. She's not black anymore. The black woman is not black. She's a wannabe straight haired woman. She wants straight hair. She does not want her hair. She does not want to be what she is. Okay? She's ashamed of her natural looks. Okay? So the black woman is ashamed of her looks. So no, you cannot segregate with her. She's not ready. And the black man's not ready because he want a woman look like that. He want this. This is what the black man want. He don't want no black woman. He want an imitation. He wants somebody to cut all the eyelash off and draw them on there. Make her hair blonde like this. Put fake eyelashes on. Fake eyebrows. Fake hair. Now we can separate if we want to do a fake community. Yeah, it would be a great fake community. But we won't be no good. We can't separate. No. No, we can't separate. The only way we can separate is our woman got to go back to the roots. We have separation, segregation and separation, and you have to separate totally, mentally, and everything. You have to really, right? Separate. Yeah. You have to really separate. And we don't want to separate like that. We want to emulate. You know what I'm saying? We not doing separation. We gone. Our people have sold out totally. Okay? The brothers sold out because you let the woman. Jay-Z should be ashamed of himself. Letting this woman look like this. Why he got these big old fake Congo dreads on his head, but she look like this. They look mid-smack, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Jay-Z and Beyonce, they look a mess. One of them overdoing his natural dreadlock stuff, and the other one is trying to be as white as snow. She looks horrible. A disgrace, really. Now, how you going to separate or have segregation when your woman look like that? You know what I'm saying? You can't. So much respect to the queen to ask me the question. I know you say you just asking a question, but you know, queen, I be kind of on something. You know what I mean? I be on stuff. So no disrespect. But I kind of be on something. You know what I mean? Because the black woman, she not black. You know what I'm saying? She not really looking at her real beauty, her natural beauty. She wants long hair, but because our hair was the original long hair, but you can't grow long straight hair easily out depending on how kinky your hair is. So for those of us that got some real kinky hair to get long hair, this the only way it's gonna happen. That's the only way it's gonna happen. Because our hair is thick and you can't comb it and get it that long. You're gonna have to press it. And when you press it, it burns it. It just, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't gonna be able to do it. You know what I'm saying? With all due respect. So our women want long hair. They want to be beautiful, but they don't want their natural beauty and their natural hair. They don't want to be a queen. They want to be Barbie. They want to be like the European woman. You know what I'm saying? And the brothers like them like that because if the brothers liked them like this, they would look like this. But the brothers want to be the European too. That's why he in the barbershop cutting his natural hair off. So the black man stay in the barbershop to look like how his master want him to look. You see how brothers getting these religions and they got to cut their hair? Because they got to do what their master tell them to do. You can't be an Asiatic black man with nappy hair because the Asian Oriental man ain't got nappy hair. He got straight hair. So in order to be an Asiatic, you got to go cut your hair and be like a bald head so that you could look a version of that and not be black. Basically, I mean, with no, I ain't trying to disrespect, but basically that's what you got to do. That's why they make us get haircuts. That's why they make us get haircuts. That's why they make the black man get a haircut. When you go to the military, what do he make you do? He make you get a haircut. So you could be a good boy in the army. Then you anti-God because God already made you some way. But you join these weirdo religions and now you're trying to tell me God told you to look like that. So then your God must be a baby because God had to be here before you had anything to do something with your hair. So how you dealing with God and doing something with your hair when God go back to creation? You ain't had no scissors and no comb and no razor. So how you had a clean head if you worshiping God? Because if you cutting your hair and you find your God is a baby. Your God is the Middle Age. Then your God don't go back pre-Stone Age. Because pre-Stone Age, you ain't got no razor blade to cut your hair and get on your knees and pray. That's new. So how could you be doing something new to mankind, but then say you worshiping God when God is from the beginning and it wasn't no damn razor blade? So if you're using a razor on your head, what God you worshiping? Your God must be a baby. That's not, you couldn't be worshiping the original God. So your God is the lawnmower God that cut the grass and cut the trees and cut the hair. Your God is a cutting God. The original God wasn't cutting nothing. So you're not original with them haircuts. You bootleg. You ain't worshiping the real God. You worshiping something somebody made up. That's new. Now you worshiping the new God. Because the Most High already made your hair to grow like this. This is how your hair really grow. Now, if you said the Most High made a mistake, that's why you cutting it off, then check yourself before you wreck yourself. What kind of God you got? He made a mistake with your natural hair? God made a mistake. So you trying to rectify it. You started saying all kind of weirdo stuff. I don't want to disrespect no religion or nothing, but them teachers with that religion is fake. You know what I'm saying? It's fake nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Them religions, because there wasn't no religion in the beginning. There wasn't no religion. You was just gatherers. You gathered fruit and ate fruit and enjoyed the earth. You wasn't doing all that praying and all that weirdo stuff. Y'all think original man was praying? Praying for what? Show me why original man would have been praying. For what? Show me an animal that pray. Show me a bear, gorilla. Show me anything else on this planet that pray. So saying God, why they ain't got to pray to God? Why the elephant ain't got to pray to God? Why the gorilla ain't got to pray to God? Why the horses? Why horses don't got to pray to God? Why zebras ain't got to pray to God? Why the birds ain't got to pray to God? Why the birds don't go to a shop and get their wings and get their feathers trimmed? Why bears don't go get a trim? Why lions don't go get a haircut? You say God, what kind of God you got? So he made the animals where they don't got to do nothing, but for some kind of way we got to do all this weirdo stuff. If you say so, but don't nobody want no smoke with me. Elijah Muhammad, I would have dogged him. And that's my man, that's my favorite. But I would have shut all that shit. He wouldn't have never been able to sit nowhere and talk to me with none of that. With all due respect, I would have dogged dude. I'm way beyond Elijah Muhammad. That stuff people said was wrong. I just respect it because it was back in the day, so they did the best they can. But all that Pharaoh Muhammad stuff, no, that's all bullshit. But to be honest, the Pharaoh Muhammad, all that's whack. All that's trash. I would have dogged Pharaoh. Yeah, I would have dogged one. I would embarrass him. I'd make him start stuttering. Yeah. But I just respect brothers with their knowledge based on the time they came in. You know what I'm saying? So that was that then. So that was good for back then. That ain't no good for right now, though. No, I'll step on that. I'll step on all that. Yeah, I'll trash all them teachers. All them teachers today in 2025, all them teachers is garbage. What you mean giving praise to the Most High? Who's the Most High? You met him? You met the Most High? Who's the Most High? How I know who I'm giving praise to? How I know? How I know when I pray, who is the Most High? So you want me to just pray and hope the Most High hear it? Who is the Most High? Take a picture of the Most High and send it to me. Take a picture of the Most High. Let me ask you something. Are we the only ones got to pray to the Most High? Do the horses have to pray to the Most High? We all on the planet, right? Y'all saying this the Most High. Well, why the gorillas ain't got to pray to the Most High? So only people got to pray to the Most High. None of these other creatures got to do it, Meech. The monkeys ain't got to do it. The birds ain't got to do it. Nothing else on the planet got to pray to the Most High, just us. Meech, what you think about that? Boy, I'm not, huh? Boy, I'm not praying to no damn Most High. Boy, I wish I would pray to some Most High. I don't even know the Most High. And the Most High need to do something then. Why am I pray to the Most High? What is the Most High doing? Where was the Most High in slavery? So we got to pray to the Most High. The Most High ain't got to do nothing for us, huh? We was in slavery in America for 300 years. What do we get for our prayers? What the Most High? Where the Most High hiding? Where was the Most High doing slavery? Where was the Most High doing slavery? He was cool with it. You want me to give praise to the Most High? Where is the Most High? Because you said give praise to the Most High. I'm asking you, where is the Most High? Show me the Most High and I give praise to him. Show me the Most High. If you can show me the Most High right now or direct me to the Most High and I can go prove it's the Most High, I give praise to him. So you want me to give praise to a Most High supposedly a Most High. That's what you got to be saying because you don't know if it's a Most High. You just hoping it's a Most High. Meech, do you know there's a Most High? Like absolutely. No, you don't. It's just a concept. Because I ain't never met the Most High. If there's a Most High, it ain't here. It's somewhere on another planet or something. Because I can't accept that the Most High is here and letting all this fuckery go on. What kind of Most High is that? So babies are being abused and the Most High just sitting there. But I got to pray to the Most High, but the Most High ain't got to save the babies. So what the Most High going to do? Let's just talk about this realistic. If I got to pray to the Most High ain't got to do nothing, though. I got to do all the praying to the Most High. But the Most High ain't doing nothing. That what you telling me? Call the Most High right now, Mitch, and get him to do something for you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm the realest here word alive. Call the Most High right now and get him to do something for you. You pray to him all the time. He should be able to do something. Are you willing to just keep praying to the Most High and don't get nothing back? I think these are legitimate questions. But I think religion taught you, oh, don't say that. It's sacrilegious. Because, you know, they killed Christ for that. They killed Christ for talking like I'm talking. Because Christ said, how could you love a God that you can't see but hate your brother you see every day? That's why they crucified dude, because he was saying what I'm saying. Christ said, how can you love a God you can't see but hate your brother you see every day? What you think about that, Beach? Because y'all questioning me, but y'all don't never question the Most High. Ask the Most High and tell me the answer. Because if the Most High should not be getting struck by lightning right now? Shouldn't the Most High do something to me right now? Because if the Most High hear my prayers, the Most High hear what I'm saying now. Why he ain't doing nothing? I'm just saying. If I was the Most High and I could hear your prayers and I heard you talking crap, I would do something. So if he's not doing that when I'm talking crap, what make you think he gonna do something when I pray? Don't look like he doing nothing. Why would the Most High make a world that he got him? If the God is super intelligent, why would God make a world that he got to maintain? Listen, if God is a super intelligent being, why would he make a world that he got to monitor? Wouldn't God make a world that he ain't got to monitor? Don't the trees and the wind, don't all that stuff work on its own? Because from what I understand, the world work on its own. God ain't doing nothing. And from what I read, God rested on the seventh day. And it never said he went back to work. It said the first day God did that, the second day did that, the third day did that, the fourth day did that, the fifth day did that, the sixth day made us, on the seventh day rested. What he do on the eighth day? He didn't do nothing. And so God is not doing nothing. Okay? God ain't doing nothing. I don't believe no God monitoring me and stuff. I believe God put us in charge. Because according to the scriptures, God said, okay, now this is yours. Y'all name all the animals and run it. That's what the Bible actually say. The Bible actually said that you was told to name the animals, okay? You take care of it. From what I understand, we was the caretakers, and God's out the picture. It also said the chariots of God are 20,000, which means spaceships. So God might be anywhere in the universe. God ain't necessarily here. Hey, Nicole. So now I don't pray to no God. I ain't got no time just to be praying in this prayer. I ain't praying up in the air. Okay, you getting it in. Get that money, Nicole. I'm not praying. I'm not just doing no prayers like that up in the air. I'm not praying to the air. Christians, Muslims, Judaism, all of them, they just praying in the air. Look at them people do all them prayers, and look how they blew up all them Palestinians. Where's Jehovah? Where's Allah? They off work. So you got to pray all day. You got to pray 5 times a day. But God and Allah ain't got to do nothing. Is that what you telling me? Because I need some results for my prayers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna be praying to you and I don't get nothing back. No, we're not doing that. But if you're doing it, I ain't got nothing against you doing it. If you're doing it, do your thing. But don't be asking me about doing that. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not taking no bunch of responsibility for nothing that God made, and they obviously ain't managing it. You know? God, come fix your stuff. I don't believe God is micromanaging the planet. I believe the planet was set up by the Most High, and you do this, you get this. You do this, you get that. And you got nature, and nature works automatically. If you cut down too many trees, you get flood. You do this, you get fire. You fracking stuff, you get earthquakes. It's all self-managed. You reap what you sow. It don't say you reap, you sow, and then God come in and interfere, and then you reap. It don't say that. It say you reap what you sow. You sow, then you reap. It don't say nothing about God's interference nowhere in the Bible. It say on the 7th day God rested. And it said, now the Lord God, which ain't God, that's why I say Lord. So in that 2nd chapter, that's not God. God is only in the 1st chapter. The 2nd chapter, that's the Lord God. Them ain't the same entities. Black folks got too much religion. That's why we messed up. We got religion. We got religion. We love God, but we don't love ourselves. So you're out at the church gossiping, like the brothers and sisters in the church. So we do too much God, and we don't do no work in the community. If we all go to church, or we go to the mosque, if we went outside and swept and built buildings and put our money together and bought gas stations instead of sitting around begging and crying to God, we'd be doing better. We could be spending Sundays getting together to buy these gas stations, getting together to make sure these schools is good for our children, getting together to grow some food, getting together doing something else instead of sitting around. Amen. Hallelujah. And John said he went to the east and the right. Turn to 1 Corinthians 12:14, and see the Lord. I can do all that. Now turn to Thessalonians 4:2, and it say, and Peter went among the sinners, and I could do all that. I could have a church. I'd be getting it. Now listen, be honest. Couldn't I have a church? I could have a church. I could pimp the hell out of y'all. I could pimp y'all. Oh, I could have a church. Boy, I could be in there right now. Good day, brothers and sisters. Now, are you living right or are you living wrong? You know, I could get it going. You know what I'm saying? And then when Peter went in, I had y'all all hyped up. But see, no matter I didn't have to tell you a sinner. You're a sinner. You're not living right. You're gossiping about each other. This is how the church go. Tell me I don't got the game. You come to the church. I tell you, see, you're not living right. You're cheating on your wife. You're running around on each other. Right? You're not living right. You know? Your marriage is in a shambles. You're running around behind each other. And I beat you down and tell you what kind of sin you are. And then once I beat you down, then I take collection. Then when I take collection, I say, but the Lord picked you up. Right? Once I tell me I got it down. So then first I beat you down, tell you how you a sinner, tell you how you ain't living right. You know, I don't say it directly, and then you live your life and they come up the back way and do you wrong. And they transgress against you. And I'm saying a lot of stuff you done did, but I ain't saying it's you. You're just a gossip and you just got dirty words in your mouth from your brothers and your sisters. You ain't living right. Your own daughter, you don't even like her. Your own son, you don't like him. And the son, you don't listen to your parents. You're all over the place. You ain't doing right by the Lord. Then I beat you down, and then I pass the plate. And once I pass the plate and get my money, I say, but the Lord lifts us up. Yes. And y'all say, the Lord loves you. And I let you know the Lord still loves you. You know what I'm saying? And he lifts you up and he fulfills your heart with excitement and joy. I could get paid. I'm telling you, I could have one of the biggest churches in Chicago if I just wanted to scam y'all and have a closet full of clothes. And, I could do it. I could do it. I could do that real good. I'd be real good. That's how you preach. Tear them down, take collection, build them up, take more collection. And go home. Get them next week, tear them down, jumping back to the Bible. We go turn to 1 Peter, then we go to Corinthians 14, then Thessalonians 3. See? Mark chapter 5, 7. You know what I'm saying? We just skip through the Bible. You don't know of any of this stuff. I just read you a little part. If you read the whole verse, it don't even say that. Right? Real talk. Like, I could take some out the Bible, right? I could take some out the Bible and read you a part. But if you read, anybody ever did that? You ever read a verse in the Bible? And then when you go read the whole chapter, that ain't even what it's saying. You read like 2 lines, and that ain't even what it's saying. When you read the whole thing, like, oh, this don't mean that. So boom, I can tear y'all down. Boom, then take collection while y'all all down. Then when you take collection, let you know, now that y'all done paid me, the Lord loves you though, because I'm the Lord, little do you know, and you didn't pay me. You know what I'm saying? And so once you pay me, then I make you feel better. If I make you feel real bad at first, then I take the collection. and then I make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? You see how Farrakhan, now Jesus. You see how he be talking all south? Jesus. But you don't know. You see how Farrakhan do it? Then he get to holler. And then he said, but my beloveds. And he go back. Farrakhan do it real good. Y'all ever see how Farrakhan be talking all soft? And then he raise his voice because you know. And then he go back talking good. He real good at it. Y'all ain't never seen Farrakhan run his script? His voice gets, my beloveds. Yeah, I love y'all. And then the next thing you know, he said, but you ain't look, you know. Right? I'll be like, get him, bro. Get him. He do it real good, man. Bro, slick. Bro, do it real good. But he be saying some real stuff in there about the community. You know, but he be raising that money. Yeah, that's all, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all, you know what I'm saying? That stuff ain't real. You know what I'm saying? God's not watching you. Your guardian angel is taking care of you. God can't watch all of us. You appointed a guardian angel. That's a part of your whole DNA structure. And your guardian angels is looking over you. God is not here. So when you be praying, you praying to your guardian angel. You giving a caretaker on this planet. It's not God. It's your guardian angel that take care of you. Why you think everybody, you see what I'm saying? Everybody know they praying to something, but they don't know what it is. But it's your guardian angel. You understand? You was assigned something to take care of you. I'm going to talk about it in my book because I had experiences with that. But no, the Most High might not even be here. You got to understand, what is the title of the Most High? The Most High is called what? The Creator. So what do you think the Most High be doing? Creating, man. The Most High is a creator. He just be creating. So the Most High might be on another planet somewhere creating. The creator. Then you got the Lord God. And the Lord God, what is a landlord? So you got the Most High God and you got the Lord God. And the Lord God is the God that maintains like a landlord. That's why in chapter 1 it say God, chapter 2 it say, and the Lord God. Go look at the Bible. Chapter 1 say God. God, 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 God. Then chapter 2 say, and these are the days of the Lord God. Why does it start all over again? Why are these the days of the Lord God? Because it's not the days of God. Look. Chapter 1. And God said, and God said, and God, right? Right? And God said, let us make man. And God said that. Right? And then, and God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Right? And then you get to chapter 2 saying, God blessed the seventh day. Right? Because that is had rested from all his work, which God created. So it said God rested, right? Then look what it says in verse 4, chapter 2, verse 4. It started all over again. Think about it. Chapter 2, verse 4, then it say, now these are the generations of the heaven and earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now, why all of a sudden do it say Lord? And why is the story starting all over again? Why are they saying these are the days when the Lord God? Well, what did the first God do? And then the Lord God, okay, listen, I'll show you something else. God, right? Look, God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female, right? Look what God said. God said, let us. And he made male and female. So that's God and his wife. This is verse 26, the first chapter. And God said, right? And God said, let us make man, right? In our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created him, he male and female. Now the Lord God did what? The Lord God didn't create. The Lord God didn't create. And look, the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. Now God created male and female, but the Lord God only made a man. And then the Lord God put the man to sleep, anesthesia, did a surgery, and formed. See, it say the Lord God formed. It said God created male and female. Bam. The Lord God didn't create male and female. The Lord God formed a man and then went back and made a woman. They ain't the same. Them ain't the same creatures. You said Pharaoh is Genesis written by three different authors. Genesis is told by Moses. Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible and had scribes write it from him because Moses was a Pharaoh. So Moses did not write the first 5 books of the Bible as the one that left Egypt. Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible as a Pharaoh. Moses was a Pharaoh. Moses was the son of a Pharaoh that had sex with Joseph's sister. So Moses' father was Amenophis IV, and his mother was Joseph's sister. Moses was half Egyptian, half Hebrew Israelite. And his father built him a special place out there to hide him because the Egyptians didn't like him because they didn't like the fact that the Pharaoh was mixing with a Hebrew Israelite woman. And then that woman had him and taught him. His mother was a Hebrew Israelite, and she taught him about the Hebrew Israelite teachings. And Moses was Akhenaten, and then Akhenaten, because he learned from his Hebrew mother, came up and became Pharaoh and brought the one God theory to Kemet that he learned from his mother. That's why the Egyptians hated Akhenaten and destroyed all his stuff, because he was teaching a Hebrew Israelite concept with the Aton, and he was teaching that Ra represents God because you don't need to go through no priest. So he was teaching just what I'm telling you. Moses was teaching you don't got to go to church. You ain't got to go to no priest. You ain't got to go to all this stuff the Egyptians telling you, because God is just like the sun shine on everybody. Everybody can have a direct connection with God. You don't got to go no church, no mosque, or no synagogue. This is what Akhenaten, a.k.a. Moses, was teaching. That's why they hated him in Kemet, because they had everybody got to come to the priest, and everybody got to pray through the priest, Everybody got to come to their holy buildings. And I cannot say you don't got to do that. The same way the sun shine on everybody, that's how God is directly for everybody. And you can have a relationship with God without going to none of that. And he learned that from his Hebrew Israelite mother. And then the foreigners came down, the Hittites and all them, and Ptolemy and them started becoming pharaohs. And so all the black people left. But they only show you that Moses, Akhenaton left with some people. But the Ethiopians left, everybody left, because everybody was there because it was a drought, right? It was a drought. And that's why the Hebrews came, and that's how they found Joseph, right? So the Hebrew Israelites came, and Joseph recognized them, and they didn't recognize Joseph. Now, if the Hebrew Israelites came, and Joseph was sitting up there next to Pharaoh, and the Hebrew Israelites didn't recognize Joseph, that means that the Egyptians and the Hebrews was both black. Because if the Hebrews looked different, then they would have recognized he was a Hebrew. So why did the children of Israel come to Egypt looking for food? Why they didn't recognize Joseph? If Joseph looked different than the Pharaoh. And how could Mary take her son Christ to hide in Egypt if he can't hide because he don't look like no Egyptian? So all them people was the same people. Ain't no difference between Israel and Egypt. They right there. And it's just like, is there a difference between people in Chicago and blacks in Indiana? Y'all really believe that? Y'all really believe that blacks in Indiana are going to be different from blacks in Chicago and Illinois? And Egypt is, the only thing split Israel from Egypt is the fake Suez Canal. You get rid of the Suez Canal, Africa is connected to Israel. You get rid of the Suez Canal, which is a man-made canal, Africa's not even a continent. Because the continent is a body of land surrounded by water, and Africa's not surrounded by water naturally. Africa's connected to Israel. Egypt is connected to Israel. These are facts. Go look at the map. They built a canal and put water between them. So how is it different between somebody live right over there and I'm right here? You couldn't tell the difference between a Hebrew Israelite and an Egyptian. There wasn't no difference. Except maybe they clothes they wear. But the idea they look, these light-skinned brothers come over here and try to say they Shemites because he a light-skinned. You know what I'm saying? Well, we know Ham, Shem, and Japheth all had the same father. So you telling me that when Noah had his babies, one came out light-skinned, one came out dark, and one came out white? Y'all believe that? Y'all believe that Noah had 3 different color babies? He had a white baby. Yeah, wait a minute. Moses had a white baby, a brown baby, and a beige baby. When these brothers got white blood and stuff and different blood, so they light skinned, so they said they Hebrew Israelites because they got mixed blood. Whatever. Moses had 3 different color babies. I mean, Noah had Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They was all 3 different colors. Really? That's the first time. So Noah had a Shemite, a Hamite. So Noah had a black dude, a beige dude, and a white baby. He had 3 different color babies. I can't. That's why I don't mess with that stuff. Anybody read that stuff for themselves and look at religion, you'll never mess with religion again. Religion is so full of crap. Religion is full of crap. Man, deal with religion. People don't read the book for themselves. So that's why they do religion. I don't do religion. Read means this way. So I don't do religion. That's why I'm not retarded. You know what I'm saying? I don't do religion, and that's why I'm not retarded. Okay? I don't do re. You know? I don't do re. So I don't do religion. That sounds backwards. It's religion. I don't do religion. And legions was the demons that was in the man. Because when he cast the demons out the man, when the man was possessed, and Christ said, "Who are you?" They said, "We are legions." Because for we are many. So what's legions? And then he cast them into the pig and they ran into the water. You know what I'm saying? Them was legions. So what is religion? It's the study of demons. It's a demon philosophy because religion and religions are set up by Lucifer to divide the earth. All the religions are satanic and Luciferian. They were created to divide the earth up for Lucifer. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and Brahminism are the devil. Facts. Anyway, let's move on. Let me end this and I'll come back and talk about something else. Yeah, but religion is the devil. Because they all say it's one God, but they all worship a different God. So they got me confused. Is it one God or is it a bunch of them? Make it make sense. If it's one God, then Allah is the same as Jehovah and God. But if Allah is a God, and if y'all got this, then that ain't God. How y'all got 4 different gods, but say it's just one God? How? Sway. See, you ain't got the answer, Sway. So let me end this. That's why and for anybody watching, that's why my videos be so long, because I just keep answering questions instead of ending. Everybody else cheat y'all. And that's why I should be getting hella donations. I be really going, and most everybody else, they would get 5 videos out of this. They would have chopped this. They would start another video. I love the people so much. Forget it. We just gonna do what we do. Okay? Y'all get out them religions. Y'all got religion. Religion is whack. Religion is trash. All the religions are trash. Okay? All you got to do is real simple. Leave people alone. That's it. That's it. That's the religion. Leave people alone. Don't do nothing bad to nobody. That's it. You don't need no religion to know that. Leave people alone. Don't do nothing bad to nobody. And you're straight. And show me where any of the laws don't say that. They just make it complicated. The 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not steal. That means leave people alone. Don't steal their stuff. Thou shalt not kill. That means what? Leave people alone. Don't kill them. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That means leave people alone. Don't go sleep with his wife. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house or wife or car or horse or whatever. Look at the 10 Commandments. I can make the 10 Commandments in one commandment. Leave people alone. Simple. You don't got to go to the mosque. You don't got to go to the church. You ain't got to go to the temple or the synagogue. It's real simple. Leave people alone and mind your business. Don't bear false witness. It's all real simple. They make it complicated so they can build all these buildings that they say is the house of Allah and the house of God, but God got too many damn houses with all these homeless people. So really, y'all religious is foul and demonic and Luciferian, because you got all these buildings, but people outside homeless. But you love Allah, but you won't let the homeless sleep in your mosque. You love God and Jesus, but you won't let the homeless sleep in your church. You love Jehovah, but you won't let the homeless people sleep in your synagogue. But you say it's the house of God while people are homeless. And I know that God will let you sleep in there. That's how you know God ain't here. And they say, so when God gonna be here? You'll know when God show up. because God's not going to be happy. So when God do show up, you're going to wish God wasn't here. Or you're going to wish when you do finally, when God do show up, it's not going to be good when the Most High come to check back up on us and see the mess we made. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be pleasant. The Most High not going to be happy with this situation. No, that's how you know God ain't looking. He would have been did us dirty. If God was paying attention, it would have been a wrap. That's how you know ain't no God watching this foolishness. Who would believe God see all this sin and corruption and foul stuff y'all doing? Obviously, God don't see it. Obviously. And if the chariots of God's are 20,000 and God's in the chariot, what make you think he can see what you're doing when you're out of space somewhere with 20,000 other spaceships? Say the Most High is in a spaceship with 20,000 of them. When they say angels came down, it's aliens. Duh. What's the difference in angels coming down and aliens coming down? Rah. All right? Y'all got me on something else. So I guess I got to end with something else. So let me end with this then. I got to end with something else because y'all got me on the whole other thing. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. Here we go. We're going to end with this. Victory.